You know who you are.
I brought the boys over. We're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, yeah, no, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. You know, there's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. And you know, when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, you know, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
We're signing off.
Signing off, James Daniels, starting captain, striker.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Maraha.
Good evening, wherever you're watching in Victoria, across the nation, or indeed around the world. Welcome back to Darebin for another fascinating Friday of Series Futsal here in Victoria on what has been the most stereotypical of Melburnian September Friday afternoons. It's well and truly had it all. The city of 4 seasons in one day strikes yet again. It never fails to disappoint, and neither does Series Futsal, which is throwing up its shocks, throwing up its theatre, left, right and centre. And at the centre of it are the reigning champions. Moreland have ground to make up, 8 adrift of the lead and merely a 4 night out from the season's first Classico. Tonight, they must reduce the gap to their Fitzroy foes, who are prevented from response by the bye. After defeat to Pascoe Vale last week, the reigning champions can ill afford any more slip-ups, with the crown perhaps sliding a touch. The opportunity to make up ground presents itself once more, and it is one they must seize with both hands. Their opponents, however, are also in need of 3 points of their own. Despite shocking series on opening night, Thornbury have lost every match since, dipping into the playoff places while doing so. Although valiant, they were no match for a fully firing Fitzroy last Friday. This, however, is a new day with new looks at another scalp, one which, if it were to occur, would put them within a point of the current title holders. No Ahmed Swadan for the Blues tonight as he is out through suspension. My name is Ethan Rigg, and welcome to a night which could prove pivotal in the title picture, in the relegation picture, and well and truly all over the division. The reigning champions against the league's current lowest scorers. Thornbury and Moreland kick things off, and under rather bizarre circumstances, it has to be said. Moreland, you've noted, are in grey shorts, grey socks with navy blue on top. Bit of an improvised version of the kit. However, it all looks the same. Pimenta stabbed it into Robson de Souza, who tried the return, and Enrique Pimenta's touch wasn't quite tidy for his second involvement of the evening already. Thornbury wanted to go the high press, something which they have been quite vocal about, throwing caution to the wind a bit more. They'd started their life in series futsal, building on defensive rigidity, but now want to try on the flip side and add some attacking potency to the way in which they go about things. Well, they've started in the right vein. Bruce moved it on to Jackson Georgie. Spit it in for Sharbo, who took a smashing touch around Dos Santos and rolled it wide of Apostolakis' near post. And for the Blues, beaten for the second time in the calendar year by Pascoe Vale, the team that prevented them from going invincible in their title-winning campaign last season. Already puts a dent in their title defence this time round. However, Atay Ibrahim's on the march. Pimenta couldn't turn it in. Georgie the beneficiary via a deflection from Justin Lee, who went the clip over the top. Ibrahim in retreat did well. And then Lee launches one over towards us in the commentary box. Dos Santos, quick 1-2 with Pimenta. Kevin Dos Santos, one of the many names moving to Mountain Magic as well in New South Wales to link up with that man there, Robson de Souza, who lost out to Sharbo, who got around Dos Santos, but Pimenta with one eye on the ball back to Apostolakis, let it trickle back to his keeper. Atay Ibrahim speared it for Dos Santos. Pimenta rolled it into Robson de Souza, who gave it him back. Two around him. Pimenta around Bruce, tried to clip it into a dangerous position. Nobody obliged him with a run. And although off balance, although unintended, nearly turned tumultuous for Thornbury. Georgie on for Bruce. Quickly on for Lee. Georgie once more, clipped it down the line. Sharbo again was able to spin, but Dos Santos this time came and shut the door behind him. Just making sure there wasn't a yard. But the Lily Whites, however, made a rather quick launch. Sharbo blocked by Dos Santos, and now perhaps could be taken the other way. Basden on for Pimenta, who rolled it back to him. And his shot didn't have the potency he would have liked, and Fatea pounced down quickly to make the save. Preventing the opener on the end of a blistering Moreland break. Pimenta, Atay Ibrahim, wanted to spin Sharbo, did superbly. Fatea got his angles right and got down to deny him. Two quick saves for the Thornbury shot stopper, who has certainly returned to the top flight in rather good form. Side ball taken quickly. Atay Ibrahim, Pimenta this time low again. Another one without too much sting for Moe Fatea, who wanted Jackson Georgie. Dos Santos' touch invited Sharbo to take it away from him. Ibrahim in retreat did well. Basden. Dos Santos. Trying to work a yard around Sharbo for a shot. Still with Kevin Dos Santos. Basden once more. Intricate from Moreland. Recycled for Pimenta, who went toe-to-toe with Lee. Tried to stab it back towards Basden, but could only find touch. 3 points tonight for the Blues. Absolutely critical. They can ill afford to go into the first Classico of the season 8 points behind, and with the pressure really riding on it. It would also mean on the flip side of that, if the margin stayed at 8 or was not below 6, that if they were to even beat Fitzroy twice, the title would not be a certainty. Dos Santos on the drive, slowed up by Sharbo, who fouled him. And Moreland have the game's first free kick. Free flowing. First 3 minutes. The Hounds perhaps wanting to find some bark. They have a free kick to defend. Ibrahim on for Basden. Wanted Pimenta down the line, but wasn't able to place it for him. Moreland moving with urgency to start this game. Fataya went long. Bruce wasn't quite able to take it under his spell. Dos Santos wanted to drive at Lee, switched it for Pimenta. Nearly had a yard on that left foot, rolled it on for Atay Ibrahim, who's face to face with Jackson Georgie. Ibrahim back for Baston, it's a lovely touch, and Fataya, it was too hot to handle, he had to beat it away with both palms. Georgie on the break, on for Lee, that's a brilliant challenge at the other end. Baston, who nearly scored at one, then nearly prevents one at the other. Fabulous futsal. And just when Thornbury thought they had an opening, Basden was there just to keep things safe for the Blues. Justin Lee's corner. Georgie, Bruce with whip into the palms of Apostolakis, who wanted to go quickly. Went route one for Ibrahim, who was nearly, ever so nearly in behind. Got goal side of Bruce on the blind side, but just wasn't able to apply a finishing flick. Georgie's ball. Unsuccessful for Shabo. Apostolakis on for Atay Ibrahim. Pimenta. Season's MVP. Tried to thread it for Basden. Georgie did well to read it. Lee shifted it for Shabo, switched it for Bruce. Not beyond Basden. Then around Dos Santos. Pimenta then took over. Enrique Pimenta wanted a free kick. And is just making those sentiments heard. Bruce Clip wanted Shabo. Ibrahim did enough without impeding him. Dos Santos down the line. Pimenta had a yard for Taya once again. Had to scramble himself and parry mid-readjustment. Another solid pair behind it from Moe Fataya. Pimenta. For Basden, back with Enrique Pimenta. Basden just peeled into the space. Lee read it well. Bruce then lost out to Pimenta, who had a poke goalwards. Thornbury not best pleased with the initial contact to win the ball back. Fataya went long. Fataya went too long for anybody apart from his opposite number. Dos Santos. Basden, Pimenta. Again wants to go at Jackson Georgie. Enrique Pimenta's got a yard, and Fataya once again watched it diligently with a safe pair of hands. Moreland now starting to turn the screw. Slingsby shifted it on for Georgie. Shabo did well, and Basden made his challenge. Both sides not shying away from one another. In the first 5 minutes, Slingsby stolen a yard, fizzed it across. Basden's touch fortuitously fell for Dos Santos, who now needs the break for Atay Ibrahim, who's belted it in. It's a marvellous Moreland break. And Ibrahim, with incision and precision, has the reigning champions ahead. On a night where you feel like 3 points is of the utmost importance for them. Terrific finish from Atay Ibrahim. Fataya, merely a passenger. Placement was perfect, off the inside of the post before bulging the net. And if Moreland needed a way to get themselves up and running this eve, they have just found one. Courtesy of a truly delightful strike, which marked a crisp counter. Dos Santos again, trying to draw Slingsby into an inadvertent press. Pimenta. Atay Ibrahim. D'Souza. Back for Ibrahim. Robson D'Souza just drifting deeper. Perhaps wanting to give Armand Dawood a headache. Certainly unhappy with the amount of contact he was shown. Ibrahim, Pimenta, charging at Pauli. They're nearly lost out. Dos Santos with a shift of pace, rolled it in for De Souza. It's a delightful return and a tidy challenge in retreat from Loretta at the expense of a corner. Moreland going through the gears ever so smoothly. Ibrahim on for Pimenta. Couldn't shift away from Slingsby and then did with some force. Found De Souza. Pimenta again. Fatea comes across and makes a fine save at his near post. Successive string of corners. This one for De Souza, and they will do it all over again. In fact, they will have a free kick on the edge of the area. Ball struck Luke Powley's hand. De Souza tried to drive it towards Fatea's near post. 2 in the lily white wall. Dos Santos, Pimenta, blocked by Loretta the first time and fired over the second from Enrique Pimenta. Fatea went with fizz. Pimenta, that's a lovely read. Touched it on for Dos Santos, who kept it alive. Shifted away from Slingsby. De Souza turning, and Justin Lee had to stay with him all the way. Moreland have another corner. De Souza, that's Ibrahim with force, blocked by Loretta. Ibrahim tried to go through his legs, fell fortuitously back to him. De Souza spinning, Fatea with a lovely save. Broke for Pauli. And then Slingsby, who showed too much of it to Dos Santos. For Atay Ibrahim, who's happy just to take the sting out of the situation. Pimenta, Dos Santos tried to thread it for De Souza, and Loretta didn't foul him. Pauli on the charge, switched it for the Woods, cut out by Dos Santos diligently. He now wants room to drive. Thornbury wants to press. Ibrahim shifted away from Slingsby superbly, and all of a sudden Moreland might be out. Pimenta! That's a brilliant save from Fatea. Pure reflex, didn't know a lot about it as Pimenta was looking to place it. Thornbury shot stopper with another splendid one of those. Another Moreland corner. Ibrahim, De Souza to drill one. Loretta in the way, and they will do it all over again. Taken quickly. De Souza rolled it back. Pimenta, Atay Ibrahim. Back for Pimenta, who again drove it into Pauli. And the successive string of Moreland corners continues. Ibrahim, Pimenta again to hit. That one, the MVP from last season, well and truly got under. Fatea wanted to go quickly. Pauli, hustled by Basden, got it back for Loretta. It's a lovely ball to find the Wood, who had Slingsby drifting in the channel. Ibrahim and Pimenta put a stop to his venture forward. Basden, able to shift. Important interception by the Woods, who nearly reaped the rewards as Loretta looked to find him. However, a lunging Armand de Woods couldn't quite keep it in. Miguel Barragos perhaps getting himself ready to be thrust into the 4 for the first time tonight. First, the real changes Moreland have rung outside of this man. Robson De Souza, who has speeded in. It's a simply sumptuous turn, and the finish was fantastic from Moreland's top scorer, who is in red-hot form right now. As of recent weeks, the default for Robson De Souza is merely to find the nets and find it at a frightening canter. Yet another to his tally for the campaign, and Moreland the 2-up. Slingsby wanted to find Pauli for a quick reply. Postelakis commandingly and then rolled it on for Baragos, who in turn found Ibrahim. Basden. It's been a bright spark. Found Bayrakli. Wants to dance with the wood. Erkan Bayrakli forces Fataya into a save. Once again, just parried his way out of danger. To deny Bayrakli. Taken quickly. Ibrahim. Again, Loretta in the way to make the block. Ibrahim wanted to nod it back for Bayrakli, but wasn't quite able to. Again, Fataya looked long. Thornbury shouted for a corner. Slingsby certainly protesting. The Basden might have got the faintest of flicks on it. Officials didn't quite see eye to eye. Baragos. Basden switched it for Bayrakli, whose touch was a little loose. In the halfway stage of the first half, Moreland have certainly made the most of their opportunities. Thornbury yet to trouble Apostolakis too much. Loretta. Slingsby. To Wood. Went from range. Blocked inadvertently. Bayrakli to Wood again. Apostolakis quickly down. His first piece of action. And last season's Golden Glove winner was alert to the danger. Quickly on the slide. Loretta onto Marrero. Powley to Wood. Not away from Basden. Worth noting that at this stage in the season beforehand, Moreland still hadn't conceded. Apostolakis was truly on a careening clean sheet run. This time in this season, he's still searching for his first. Marrero lofted. Powley inadvertently flicked it, and Bayrakli belted it into the roof, just to be sure. Powley quickly. Georgie wanted the drive. Ibrahim, who tumbled over his own man in Baragos, got back to his feet. Happy to see the funny side of it. Dawood had room to drive quickly again, but Bayrakli in the way. This is a better spell for Thornbury, who up until this point have truly been on the back foot. If they are to make inroads to this Moreland advantage, although time certainly not even close to a factor, with us being 10 minutes to the break, but it might not be bad to see if they can snatch one. The danger, of course, is that the defending champions could treble their lead as a result. This was the roll of the dice that they thought they wanted to showcase more of last week. Similar situation where they've hung in there so far, have defended relatively well, been undone by two pieces of brilliance, but haven't added much punch at the other end. It's been one where they've truly been blocking, been bodies on the line. Perhaps now wanting to showcase some attacking guile and efficiency. Baragos pressed by Powley, who led the press trigger. Bayrakli. Basden. On for Atay Ibrahim. Couldn't shift away from Dawood. That's a delightful ball for Baragos, however, who took it down tidily. Basden. Atay Ibrahim. Again, not away from Armand Dawood, who fancies a charge. Marrero up with him. Dawood went alone, and Basden blocked it. Another important intervention from Basden, who has been everywhere so far. Georgie, back for Dawood. Powley. Armand Dawood. Tried to spear it for Powley. Apostolakis couldn't prevent a corner, one which Powley wanted to get a shift on with. Georgie left it. Dawood thought about driving it, and then while clipping it from Marrero, didn't realise he had retreated. Bayrakli side ball. Basden. Atay Ibrahim. wasn't able to spin away. That's a lovely touch from Baragos. Just allow Basden to roam. On for Bayrakli, who wants to go with Diamantopoulos. That's a brilliant return, and Basden flashed it wide. Super futsal from Moreland, who just carved their way through Thornbury. And Basden desperately unlucky not to apply the finishing touch. Georgie perhaps touch frustrated as he found Marrero, who had it placed back to him by Pauli, cut out by Bayrakli. Basden had two around him, lost out initially. It might be Marrero, blocked by Bayrakli. Georgie kept it alive, and Apostolakis came to clear it via the Thornbury skipper. More than happy to again try and take their time and play around. Thornbury side, the one thing they have done really well so far this evening is utilise the width of the court. Pimenta's been lively, as has Basden. And Dos Santos and Ata Ibrahim in particular has directed it. Baragos drew well. Ibrahim went at a tight angle. Georgie made the block, and Moreland have another corner. Particularly down that left flank, Ata Ibrahim is getting a rather big amount of joy. His corner to take. Fizzed it in to Georgie. Shout for handball, waved away. Pauli now on the charge. Momentarily 2-on-1. Couldn't thread it through Pimenta for Marrero, as his retreating challenge was a good one. Diamantopoulos. Pauli's effort blocked. Pimenta wanted to charge, rolled it back for Basden. Ata Ibrahim. Baragos. Basden. Switched it for Pimenta, who went the return over the top. Pauli read it well and chested it back for Fatea to gather. Georgie. Diamantopoulos, whose touch was deft. Baragos in quickly. In fact, his touch was not quite deft enough. Had taken him out of play. A little bit of a delay as to whether that in fact had happened or not. Ibrahim threaded it for Baragos. Diamantopoulos got a touch that only fell for Pimenta. Marrero's retreating challenge, a good one. Moreland still truly in control. That's Ibrahim. Pimenta. Oh, they placed it into Fatea, who found Marrero, who wants to go. Has options left and right. Smashing ball and a smashing slide from Pimenta. Dos Santos prevented the corner. Pauli went on the press and won it back. Had a yard for himself, and Apostolakis with a firm hand makes a firm save. But Thornbury, who press high, had their first opening. First real opportunity to lay one into the reigning champions. And Apostolakis, who has had an evening fraught of action so far, was alert to the danger on that occasion. Kevin Dos Santos. Pimenta. Ibrahim. Switched it for Baragos, who shifted out of the pivot onto the flank. Waited for Dos Santos to make a driving run. Ibrahim, now pressed by Pauli. Pimenta went the 1-2. Dos Santos made it work. Pimenta with loft. Fatea's a long way from home and a 2 to contend with. Georgie wasn't able to clear it the first time, but then made the challenge the second. Santos' side ball. Pimenta wants to dance at Diamantopoulos. Pimenta went the flash! Was worth a hit from Ricky. And he was not a million miles away. Second he opened a yard for himself on his left foot. You could see him lining up. A really devastating drive. Fatea was shuffling. Had it been on target? Who knows? Marrero for Pauli. Marrero. Diamantopoulos went the loft for Pauli. He thought Pimenta gave him a shove. Dos Santos wanted to drive at Georgie. De Souza twisting and spinning, and Fatea made a good save. Kept the gates closed just about at the concession of another Moreland corner. De Souza, Pimenta! Again, just whipped wide, faded late. What would have been a wonderful third. Instead, Fatea, Marrero lost out. Dos Santos had options left and right. Tried the reverse. Pauli was alert to it. Went with Loth for Diamantopoulos. But he couldn't shift away from Dos Santos. Marrero took a touch. Thornbury have a corner. Neither side utilising a timeout as of yet in this first half. 5.5 to the break. May there be one to trick up the sleeve for either of the two gaffers. Diamantopoulos, Georgie's drill, Apostolakis, what a save. Super stop. And in fact, the froth mop may be required. A couple of questions over its presence in Darebin tonight. Milton Sakos just making the point that it's a rather slippery surface out there as it is. Was likened to a different sport. Still making the point that it resembles a slip and slide more than a futsal court. And while we wait for the mop, which has turned into the froth rag this evening. You see Joshua Fusco with what looks like a flannel. Just quickly freeing the court of froth and allowing us perhaps to resume with some haste. So a deep side Thornbury ball. Marrero up for Diamantopoulos, on for Pauli. Rather bizarre set of circumstances on this Friday in Darebin. Truly never is a dull one here. It's not a dull turn from Pimenta either, who went with Loft back for Ibrahim and then made a darting run. Still continued it. Lovely shift from Dos Santos away from Diamantopoulos. In for De Souza, who got in ahead of Marrero, who then had a lot of him and won it back. Rolled it on for Pauli. Momentarily had a yard, drove it only into Ibrahim. And then went again on the high press, but Apostolakis quickly alert to the danger and the pleas of his teammates in order to come and claim it. Ty Ibrahim with a delightful dink in for Dos Santos, whose touch was a touch heavy and trickled out of play. Thornbury again pressed high, and the Blues had to get a bit inventive. Dos Santos back for Pimenta. Atai Ibrahim. De Souza with Loft. Pimenta, first time. It falls for Ibrahim, who's rolled it wide. A lovely late movement to lose his man. The chest down was tidy. And the finish perhaps just a fraction scuffed at the all-important moment. Pauli had two to contend with and wasn't able to get past Pimenta. Milton Sakos certainly animated on the touchline. Pimenta, one in well. Back for Robson De Souza. Atai Ibrahim. who breezed his way beyond Bruce. Ibrahim twisting, turning, wanting to work a yard, tried to slide it for De Souza. Cleared by Georgie, only as far as Dos Santos. Ibrahim, Pimenta, again wanted to place it aerially. And once more only found the palms of Moe Fatea. Bruce, Georgie, with guile, Lee was in behind, Apostolakis caught a parry. Ibrahim put Dos Santos under some strain. Georgie had to make the block. What an opportunity that might be for Thornbury to get themselves back into this game. Justin Lee had lost his man entirely. Just couldn't apply the finishing touch. Would have halved the deficit. It's Pimenta. De Souza, who took a stumble. Pauli placed it on for Bruce, and again the counter's on. Ibrahim the option. Pauli tried the return. Dos Santos hurdled his way beyond, and he's driving with two. Pimenta was one. Lee got in the way. Pimenta on the follow-in. Turns in for 3-0. Another clinical Moreland counter. Drew Thornbury in and then thumped them on the break. Pimenta, best place to turn in the rebounds. His inadvertent ball was cut out by Lee, who could only look longingly. As Pimenta placed in the third. And right now, Moreland are looking certainly to much more marvellous skies than they were 7 days ago. The gap for the time being shrinks to 5. Basden. Switch for Pimenta. And then made a darting run, and he's found smashingly. Fatea made a fantastic save. Moreland won a back pass. Sharbo's on the charge the other way. Ibrahim went at him. Sharbo couldn't steer it through. Dos Santos, Basden, away from the press and back for Atay Ibrahim. Pimenta. Ibrahim, smashing ball again. Pimenta stole a yard, but couldn't keep it in. Slingsby quickly. Bruce for Sharbo. That's a super touch. Rolled it on for Lee. You had Basden for company. Back for Slingsby. Couldn't steer away from Dos Santos and Pimenta. Two Brazilians were lurking. Atay Ibrahim. Pimenta. Dos Santos. Enrique Pimenta. Basden. Dos Santos. Pimenta. Basden. Those three working in trio. Now Ibrahim's allowed to join the party. And that's a super return for Pimenta, who's got Kevin Dos Santos. Would have been a beautiful goal had it had the finishing touch. Moreland hitting their stride. And nearly added a fantastic fourth. It would have rounded out a first half where they so far have been supreme. Ibrahim has done just that as well. Nearly got away from Lee. Cycled it for Pimenta. Dos Santos. Got away from Slingsby. Basden. Waited for Ibrahim to drop off, and he did so at the right time. Atay Ibrahim! Fatea's a good save down low. Another brilliant stop from the Thornbury shot stopper. Pimenta placed it well. Ibrahim. Pimenta saved on the follow-in! Glorious! Pimenta is at it again. Moreland make it 4, and the touch from Atay Ibrahim was delicious to re-find him. It was a fanciful flick. Finished at the second attempt with precision by Pimenta. Fatea might consider himself unlucky, having made a very fine save on the first effort. But Moreland have a quartet of goals before the break. And just in the nick of time before it as well. Bruce. Slingsby. Could Thornbury maybe claw one back? Atai Ibrahim. Fancied a juggle and then went on the drive. Slingsby put a stop to it. Hasn't got a lot of time and then fired over. Just had a split second. Took a bobble as he wanted to hit it. Postelakis, is there perhaps one more for the Blues at the other end? Dos Santos spinning. Has to make haste if he is to have a shot. Slingsby for Lee, who did well. Lee went loftily. Bruce flick on will be the final act of a first half where the reigning champions have been at their ruthless best. Enrique Pimenta well and truly returning to the form he showcased in the season just gone. And half-time in Darabin's early kickoff. It's Thornbury 0, Moreland 4.
We're the Champ Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If Stately want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to Futsal, and
well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it. But we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right.
We're signing off.
James Daniel, starting captain, strikers.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Smarra.
we return from half-time. Moreland well and truly in the driver's seat of an opening period where they were at their marvellous best once again. A team who perhaps have taken more time than they'd like to find their feet so far this season. The reigning champions now look well and truly up to steam. Thornbury, to their credit, defensively, have still been diligent, but it's a similar issue as it has been in previous weeks. The attacking guile has not quite been that. Should they look to take more risks in this second half? Or will Moreland go for a more controlled approach? Dos Santos with a good read. Pimenta. Basden, who's been brilliant. On for Kevin Dos Santos. Wants to drive away, threaded it for De Souza through the Wood's legs and into Fatea's arms, who was quickly on for Slingsby. Gave it to Sharbo, wanted the return and wins the second half's first corner. Sharbo's take, Slingsby on the into Pimenta. Couldn't place it back for Sharbo. It's the one thing that the Blues have defended incredibly well tonight, are those set plays. Haven't allowed the Hounds any open looks off a set piece opportunity so far tonight. Be it a corner, be it a free kick. De Souza spinning Bruce again. He's been able to do that all evening. Slingsby did well, as two up with him. Slingsby went alone and flashed it wide. Had Armand Wood lurking, and they went quickly for Basden, did Apostolakis. Fatea came a long way. Wasn't able to get there, but that is just how quickly Moreland have looked to open Thornbury up this evening. Fatea with Fizz, cussed out by Pimenta, nodded on. Lovely return for Robson De Souza to rattle it in. Three Brazilians combine. Samba futsal from Moreland. And rolled in rampantly by Robson De Souza. It's a 5-star goal. For a 5-star performance up until this point. DeWood wanted to drive. Pimenta couldn't keep that in. The weight on the touch is wonderful. Robson De Souza just gets a yard and wraps it into the far corner. Thornbury at the moment appear as though they're running out of answers to get themselves back into this game. DeWood had Powley. And only found the side netting. Much to a little bit of disgruntlement amongst the Hounds, currently waiting on the bench. Pimenta again for De Souza, who wants to spin Slingsby one way then the other, and wins a free kick. Yet more mesmerising footwork, and Slingsby for that challenge finds his way into the book. First name taken for the eve. Moreland free kick. A big opportunity for Moreland to add 2 in the first 2 minutes of the second half. Dos Santos looking like the main one. De Souza also holding court. Kevin Dos Santos. Fatea made a good save and then had to wait on the cavalry. DeWood was the one who darted quickest, but his touch let him down on that particular occasion. Basden back for Pimenta, who again rolls for Robson De Souza, who wanted to spin Slingsby, recycled it for Basden. Pimenta. De Souza, glorious return. Pimenta's touch was heavy, and Sharbo cut across to shut the door in retreat. all I'm wanting to make Thornbury woes worsen, but Slingsby's on the turn, and Powley's got one back. All of a sudden, they find a hole in the Moreland defence. Slingsby with a superb spin in behind. And he gave Powley an open net for which he just had to place it in. Clean sheet blemished. And Thornbury get themselves on the score sheet. Still far too early for any kind of comeback talk, however. Santos rolling his way forward, wins a corner. Mornant wanting to reinstate a 5-goal lead as quickly as possible. Basden had it blocked. It's a real bit of attacking guile that Thornbury have shown for the first time this evening, really. Have the ingenuity just to draw and spin in behind. And Powley, to his credit, took a gamble, stayed with the run. De Souza is spinning, nearly broke for Basden. They'll be back with Fatea. He wanted Dawood quickly. Down the line for Slingsby, who wins a free kick at Dos Santos' expense. Something the Moreland skipper isn't best pleased about. Armand Dawood, Slingsby. Charbot wasn't able to steer it down the line. If so, Dawood may have had some room to drive into. Enrique Pimenta went to place it for De Souza. Charbot cut it out, and Robson De Souza bundled him over. Another Thornbury free kick. And it's, again, just to a little bit of lily-white lamentation that a card wasn't brandished. Dos Santos went one way, then the other. Tried to shift away from Charbot, whose slide was a good one. And it had to be. Another Moreland corner. Quickly on for Basden. Just happy to retreat. And then placed it hospitably for Pimenta, who wasn't able to shift it beyond Slingsby without finding touch. All of a sudden, the momentum has just tilted on the fine scale. Powley couldn't fizz it for Charbot. But it's been a much brighter start to the second half for Thornbury. Got themselves a goal, despite an early concession. Here's De Souza, again shifting, again wanting to spin. Powley did well. Dawood tried to stab it through for Slingsby, but only found Basden. Pimenta. Dawood cut it out, Basden picked it up. De Souza twisting and turning and winning another corner. Thornbury bodies back to make the block. Basden. De Souza again wanted to drive it, and now Powley can break the other way. Dawood is charging, Powley went alone, and Pimenta gambled on that. Slingsby with a lovely shift himself, and Enrique Pimenta with a couple of important interventions. 2 blocks from the MVP. Moreland finding themselves under a bit of pressure. Thornbury's turn perhaps to turn the screw. They've started the second half in a much brighter vein. A lot more adventure, but Basden, blocked by Powley, broke back to him, tried to stab it on for De Santos, but wasn't able to keep it in. Powley to take, who's really come to life to start this second half. Dawood danced away from Pimenta, rolled it back for Slingsby, who made it for Moreira, who took it down terrifically, and Apostolakis judged that to perfection. It was a sizzling spear from Slingsby. And perhaps in the end, just a touch too hot to handle for Moreira. Dos Santos, Basden, immediately for Barragos, who couldn't get away from Pauli and then took a tumble. Georgie, DeWood. Wanted to cool it all down. Pauli, DeWood, Georgie. Wanted Marrero, Barragos across. Marrero on for Pauli, switched it for DeWood. Placed it back for Pauli, he couldn't steer himself out of trouble, only gave it to Basden. And now Dos Santos wants to charge. Basden's up with him, gloriously walked in. Fatea had no choice but to come and make the angle small. And Dos Santos on the late run was found mindfully by Basden and provided himself an empty net in which to walk into. One which he obliged with unerring certainty and much gratitude as well. Not quite a gift, but a favour. Basden. That's a beauty of a ball for Pimenta. Georgie in retreat. Pimenta wins a corner off him. Pimenta quickly. Barragos stole a yard. Just wasn't able to take it under and get himself into a shooting situation. Dos Santos on for Basden. Back with Kevin Dos Santos. Pimenta tried to place it, only did for Pauli. Moved it on to Marrero. Pimenta went on the slide with much force as well. Collected neither player nor ball. The former he'd be thankful for, the latter perhaps not so much. Pimenta. Basden. Brilliant return. Enrique Pimenta went the dink and a glorious block. Terrifically done by Marrero, who was making his way back. Moreland perhaps took that corner a little too quickly. Barragos, Pimenta. Whipped it wide. Let it roll all the way back to Apostolakis, who will give it to Pimenta to restart things. Pauli. Lee. Who again had a lively first half. Jackson Georgie, that's a tidy ball into Pauli. He was able to turn. Wanted to go on the front foot, pressed by Dos Santos. Recycled it to Lee, whose ball back to him was too hot to handle. Dos Santos, Barragos, again his touch on the spin was a fraction loose. Thornbury withstanding for the time being, and Apostolakis came a long way just to make sure Marrero wasn't going to be a nuisance. And that positive start, perhaps extinguished by that second Moreland goal of the half for the Lily Whites, who up until that point were just building a little bit of pressure. Perhaps were trying to craft another look for themselves. However, Dos Santos' tap-in at the end of a terrific move has really killed that momentum and made life a lot more difficult for them now, as Moreland seem to be moving their way back through the gears. Barragos wanted Bayrackley, who was all on his own at the back stick. You heard Basden call it early. All on his own at the back stick was Bayrackley. Pimenta protesting that there was a touch more contact on him than should have been legally allowed, and now he's gone quickly to flick it on. And that is the multitude of magnificence that is Enrique Pimenta, summed up in one 5-second moment, and he's picked it up again. Got away from Diamantopoulos, Pauli came back, and he's won a free kick. Thornbury not best pleased about that. Pimenta. And Barragos rolled it wide. From near point-blank range. Pimenta's free kick was disguised perfectly. Barragos just wasn't able to turn it in. Pimenta's cutout. Dos Santos battled away from Diamantopoulos. Barragos. Pimenta with loft. Wanted Barragos once more. Only found Pauli, who's away from Dos Santos, but not Bayrakli, who made a good challenge. Pauli's take Lee around one. Gave it some fizz. Morero's hit the bar. Near misses at both ends. As where Barragos might have turned in, Morero mashed it into the bar with serious force. Upright might still be reverberating. Dos Santos. Bayrakli. Pimenta just dropped in for him. Keep waiting on the movement. Kevin Dos Santos away from Pauli. Was waiting on Barragos. Dos Santos away from two. Pauli gave him a pullback, and for that will go into the book. Luke Pauli given a yellow card, one which he hasn't given many complaints about. Another Moreland free kick. Dos Santos drifted. Pimenta! Brilliant save from Moe Fatea, who sprung himself across superbly. Pimenta hit that with real pace. And Pimenta got a lot of power behind it, a lot of precision. And Fatea got the all-important paw. Dos Santos couldn't thread it through for Barragos. Morero did well. Pauli on for Diamantopoulos. Again, couldn't get away from Kevin Dos Santos, who wanted to dance his way beyond him. Pimenta went to place it for Barragos once more. Wasn't quite able to. Diamantopoulos, Morero. Given room to roam into, and it's a good challenge from Barragos. Dos Santos on the drive. Morero stayed down. Dos Santos is tiptoeing, and Fatea has made a fabulous save. And now Morero may need some attention. Quickly back to his feet, quickly to give a thumbs up. Might have been some inadvertent contact. Dos Santos went to spin him. And Fatea made the save. Pimenta on the volley again. Had it open up for him, completely unmarked. Fatea wanted to go incredibly quickly. Pauli. Loretta. Diamantopoulos. Not away from Pimenta, and then got it back from Bayrakli. Couldn't place it for Pauli. Recycled all the way to Dos Santos. Barragos. Dos Santos trying to drive his way around Bruce. Pimenta. Dos Santos, tidy 1-2, and then clipped beautifully over the top. Dos Santos not around Pauli, shouts for handball, waved away. Pauli went down the line for Loretta, who gave it back to him. Barragos in with a firm challenge, and then Loretta collected Barragos, and for that will receive a yellow card. And Thornbury themselves have crept up to 4 fouls. Perhaps on a bit of a tightrope. Ice getting thinner, and we're not at the halfway stage of the second half just yet. And the Hounds might have to slow their bite to escape further frustration. De Souza, Basden, Dos Santos. For Basden. Dos Santos around Loretta wonderfully, and he's in full flight is Kevin Dos Santos. That's a superb save from Fatea, who had committed himself down and then clawed it away. Allowed Diamantopoulos to go on the break momentarily. Roll it back for Loretta and recycle it all the way to Pauli. What a wonderful save from Moe Fatea once again, who has had himself some night. Postelakis went long. De Souza, not beyond Pauli. Robson De Souza just stayed hot on his heels. Pauli went searching for Diamantopoulos, wasn't able to find him. This result for Thornbury, who came into the evening, the opportunity to just claw themselves back out of the playoffs and give an opportunity to be level on points with Pascovel, who are in the top 4. Outside on goal difference, of course. Hasn't quite gone to plan. And if results are unfortuitous to them, there is the risk they find themselves in the automatic spot, but Bruce had a look. And on the slide, couldn't apply the finishing touch. Basden wanted to blaze forward. Bayrakli couldn't keep it in. Dos Santos. Bayrakli. Back for Dos Santos, who was in ahead of Bruce. Basden on for De Souza! And Fatea makes another good stop. Came a long way to close the angle. It's another fine save from Moe Fatea, who at his near post got it all completely right. Bayrakli out for Dos Santos from the corner. Santos shifted away from Sharbo and then took a stumble. The door opened momentarily. Moreland skipper was quick to shut it. Basden, De Souza, Dos Santos. Again wants to go at Sharbo. Really feeling it at the moment is Kevin Dos Santos. Basden tried to thread it. Bruce might have it on the break for him. Diamantopoulos. Switched it for Loretta. Back for Costa Diamantopoulos. Has a yard, has a dig from range, and had it roll wide of Apostolakis' net. It's been that kind of night for Thornbury, unfortunately for them. Glimpses have been few and far between. And when they've come, apart from the goal, haven't been in primal oppositions. And in primal situations to be able to get themselves away back in. Bruce going to break away from Pimenta. Finds its way back for Habe. Basden. Pimenta. With Basden once more. Tidy touch out of trouble. And Pimenta only cleared it into Bruce, who tried to tiptoe his way around. Bayrakli with an important intervention. Basden, that's a lovely ball. De Souza through the legs. Pimenta picked it up and scored in superb fashion. What a wonderful Moreland goal. Finished by Enrique Pimenta once more. Slid scintillatingly by De Souza through the legs of Diamantopoulos. And Pimenta, when given room to place, gave it a cheeky chip and one which found the net. Fatea once more no chance. And Moreland are marching their way back to within worrying distance of Fitzroy. And more importantly for the Blues, it keeps them second. And it perhaps exercises a few demons which were present from 7 days ago. Perhaps the curse of the commentator as well. Basden's ball, couldn't quite find Pimenta. Bruce. Doward. Down the line, Sharbo. Tried to spin his way forward. It was cut out by Pimenta, who's on the charge. D'Souza up with him. Pimenta rolls it to him, and they add another. Back to front in a flash. And Pimenta, who's placed to perfection tonight, this time passes unselfishly for Robson D'Souza to romp in with another. Moreland make it 8. And as many have come tonight, here was another blistering breakaway. And Thornbury, who have wanted to be more daring tonight, and the Hounds have been bitten by the reigning champions. Who have made their mark from minute 1. Hounds have a free kick, however. Jackson Georgie from range. Super stop from Ibi Habe, who got down low quickly. Taken quickly, Sharbo. Tried to work a yard, took a touch off Pimenta, who nearly dipped it and turned it towards a troubling one for Habe. Instead, concedes a corner. Durwood wasn't able to find Georgie, and Robson D'Souza's all on his own. Basden found him brilliantly, round for Taylor into the side netting. And he won a corner as they got an all-important touch. Just another blistering breakaway. Bayrakli's take. Pimenta again on the volley. Has had many a look from that kind of range tonight. Hasn't been able to capitalise. Georgie's clearance, not quite how he wanted it to end up. Got it back though from Slingsby. Couldn't place it for Sharbo. Basden. Bayrakli. Got away from Dawood and got it back from Basden before being bundled. Basden's shot and Sharbo's block. There can Bayrakli. Really finding his feet in Moreland colours. Since that move from Western United, that'll be 5 fouls. Jackson Georgie bundled over Robson D'Souza. And now Thornbury are on a tightrope. The Eve at risk of implosion, and Milton Sakos wants timeout. One which they will get as Thornbury accumulate 5 fouls. Moreland are marching away with it, and they lead 8-1 at the timeout.
We're the Chip Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If Stately want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to Futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins.
Return from timeout. Thornbury have accumulated 5 fouls, and Moreland have a free kick in a position of potence. Basden, the sole one to stand over. The Moreland trio split. Rolled. Pimenta. Important intervention from Fateo once more. Another Moreland corner. Pimenta to take quickly. Feast across. And Basden can't believe he didn't score. It's a super save from Fateo once more. Who went with Loft for Slingsby. Who spun Bayrakli. Wanted to cut it back for the Woods. And Bayrakli, whom had it break his way, happy to clear his lines. Slingsby all the way out for Georgiou, gave it a poke. Pimenta cut it out, and D'Souza helped it on its way. Pimenta wanted to give him the return, and it was a handball. Costa Diamantopoulos protesting. But it will not matter. Jackson Georgie bewildered as to what more he was supposed to do in that scenario. And in some case, you do have to feel for him a little bit, as he's found his way into the book as well. So Robson D'Souza against Moe Fateo. Opportunity to add another for the Blues. Robson D'Souza, it's a brilliant save. Terrific keeping from Fateo, who's been at it all night like that. Another Moreland corner. Bayrakli, D'Souza! Fabulous stop. A fizzing, firing effort, which Fateo diverted over. Another very, very good save. And another corner quickly. Pimenta, Robson D'Souza, fancy take two. Got around Georgie, and Fateo makes another good save. A quick hat-trick of fine stops from the Thornbury shot stopper. Bayrakli, D'Souza again, still can't beat him. Moe Fateo, that is brilliant. Flung himself across down low and steered it wide superbly. Bayrakli this time couldn't give him any more to do. Bayrakli, might be Basden's turn to try and beat him. He too, this time, wasn't able to trouble Moe Fateo. Basden's shot blazed wide. Jackson Georgie down the line for Sharbo, who shifted away from D'Souza. DeWood with Fizz, wanted Georgie. Pimenta did well, got away from one, but DeWood's challenge in retreat was also good. Pimenta quickly for Dos Santos. D'Souza. Dos Santos once more. Basden. Pimenta tried to switch it for Dos Santos, which invited Georgie, who had a slide. And with it, it was a rather wild one, as was his effort. Habe untroubled. Dos Santos. Not away from Slingsby. What a save, Ibi Habe. Thornbury wanted handball, but in a flash, the Moreland keeper called into action, and he made a brilliant reflex stop. Hardly knew anything about it. And now they might go the other way. Basden with a quick turn. Georgie with a lean in. And no foul given. Slingsby on for Georgie. May they get one at the other end. He couldn't place it back. Basden befuddled as to how he didn't have an opportunity. DeWood flicked it on the Slingsby. It's away from Baragos. Back for Jackson Georgie. He tried the return, and DeWood's taken a stumble. Pimenta has gone and belted it. What a save, Moe Fateo again. Fabulous stop. Hit with fizz. Moreland corner as a result. Baragos for Pimenta, who slows it all the way down. Kevin Dos Santos. Havey, who tried to drill it for Pimenta, only found Sharbo. 3-on-2 momentarily. Sharbo went alone and smashed his effort wide. Just waited for the yard to open up for him. Wasn't able to whip his effort towards the bottom corner. Did the right thing, although he had options left and right. Pimenta. Back for Basden. Dos Santos. Around Slingsby. Kevin Dos Santos on the drive. Took a touch off the Woods. Moreland corner. Another marauding Moreland run. Pimenta. Basden. Barragos, who was not away from Pauli. Basden on the switch for Dos Santos. Pimenta. Tried to turn out of trouble. Basden made it work. Sharbo wasn't lurking in a position of any danger to try and go on the press. Barragos. Sharbo did well that time. Barragos still beautifully found a way to tiptoe through them all, and then Basden gave it away. Sharbo's got a yard, and Havey got across well to make a good save at his near post. Thornbury perhaps trying to chip away at the Moreland advantage late on. Pauli. Slingsby. Down the line for Sharbo, who wanted the return. Couldn't place it back for Pauli. Instead, Pimenta stepped in and then lost out to Armanderwood, who wanted to square it, and Barragos made the block. Havey on for Basden. Happy to calm it down. Pimenta. Dos Santos. Again, just wants to dance and shift his way forward. Pimenta too. Gave it to Slingsby. And Ibi Havey made another fine save. Came out quickly to close down the angle. Got a good foot on it. Pauli to Wood wanted to drive, and Dos Santos made the block. And this win, a mammoth momentum shift for Moreland. As it stands at the moment. Goal difference looks healthier. Gets them within 5 points of Fitzroy, who of course are unable to reply to that this evening. So the Classico, the top two, the reigning champions and the leaders, will be separated by 2 games. And that, in a fortnight, will be the only time they tango until the final day, where it all might be on the line. But Dos Santos is on the drive, not content with taking what they have, and he wins another corner. Barrios, Basden, Pimenta. Wants to go at Marrero this time. Barrios quickly came across. Basden, hustled by the Wood, drove it into Dos Santos, who rolled it back. My break for Kevin Dos Santos. Fatea made a wonderful save. Barragos' second effort blocked by the Wood. Another terrific stop from Fatea, who has really kept this from being a rout. And another fine touch at the expense of a Moreland corner. In fact, perhaps not. Enrique Pimenta not best pleased. And Moe Fatea says, well, hang on a minute. I did in fact get the final touch, and Moreland do have a corner. That's what you like to see from Fatea. Blocked by Loretta. Dos Santos' effort was. Pauli got it back from Lee and then gave it away to Barragos. Basden. Again, they marauded forward. Pimenta tried to thread it through them all, and Basden just couldn't divert it goalwards. Again, it was intricate and inventive from Moreland, and ever so nearly marvellous. Millimetres away from giving Fatea yet more action. Pimenta is on the charge. Brewster's bundled him over. And Pimenta protesting that Loretta left a leg on him afterwards. Enrique Pimenta really not best pleased. And in fact, points being made. Pimenta in the book for dissent. Milton Sakos making the case that Pimenta reacted so strongly because Loretta left a leg on him. Pimenta perhaps with a way to channel that frustration. You wouldn't want to be Moe Fatea right now, I'll tell you that much. So Pimenta is delayed a little longer. Frame of the goal reworked. Pimenta, you sense with pace, you sense with frustration. Fatea makes a good save again. He went for placement over power. Tried to double bluff, and Moe Fatea was alert to it. All the way back for Pimenta, who's happy to soak down the seconds. Basden, Pimenta, almost taunting Loretta to go and press him. Basden, Pimenta, switch for Robson de Souza, who wants to drive it lead. De Souza found a way around. Fatea made a brilliant save. Barragos, De Souza, more than wants to keep the move working. Recycled all the way for Pimenta. Basden, Barragos, lovely 1-2, and that's a tidy chip, cut out by Bruce. Broke for Pauli. Loretta left it for Bruce to drill it across, and Justin Lee couldn't apply the finishing touch for a consolation. Most adventure Thornbury have had all night. Nearly finished, a lovely move. It wasn't to be on that occasion. Pimenta dropped it off for De Souza. Back for Enrique Pimenta. Basden. Barragos. Pimenta for De Souza. Loretta took a tumble, broke for Pauli, who was away from one and then two. Bruce switched it. Pauli took a tumble. Luke Pauli is not best pleased about that. Neither of the Thornbury bench. Entanglement with Robson de Souza. Didn't look entirely deliberate, however, he could certainly have made the case. Pauli lost out to Pimenta on that occasion. Bruce quickly had his effort blocked into the final minute. Thornbury go in to the grand final break off the back of perhaps the most difficult fortnight you could face futsal-wise. The reigning champions and the league leaders back-to-back is certainly something many teams don't cherish the prospect of, but they might get a consolation for the road. They'll have a corner. The Hounds approaching the halfway stage of their first season in the top flight. And so far, despite being in a relegation battle, have shown a lot of bottle. Bruce, Pauli, switched it for Lee. It's a very nice take. Back for Pauli. Not away from De Souza. Pimenta through Loretta's legs. Robson De Souza. Pauli hot on the press. Pimenta just wanting to tick down the seconds. And then wanting to place one for De Souza, who could have fancied one for the road, and nearly did as well, but Fatea commanded. Trickled back, fancied one of his own from distance. Unable to come to fruition. Haby and Pimenta's touched the final act of a night where Moreland have well and truly got themselves up to speed. The reigning champions, after a frustrating first five, now find themselves within 5 of the league leaders, whom they play next after a fortnight. For Thornbury, a tough one to take in the playoff places, perhaps staring down the barrel of an automatic relegation drop should results not favour them throughout the evening. But full time from the first game, it's Thornbury United 1, Moreland 8.
We're doing decent within the team. You know, there's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right.
Signing off.
Signing off. James Daniel, starting captain, strikers.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Mara.
We return for game 2 of the night. In the opening one, Moreland made sure they stayed second, made sure they moved within 5 points of Fitzroy, and another side with an opportunity to do so are Melbourne Aku, who have had much to marvel at so far this campaign. A bright start, having them only outside the top 2 on goal difference. A ground out rebound win over Northern Phoenix last week, emphasising the positive strides made by this side and by QE Mews club as a whole so far this season. They can keep pace with a win, although a loss would leave them vulnerable to dropping below Pascoe Vale and still in the top 4, although not where they feel as though they should be. Hume, while propping up the table, have hit a balance for the first time in the new season. Perhaps unfortunate a fortnight ago against Moreland. The Black Army come into it with renewed vigour and can climb off the base of the mountain with 3 points. And they have an early start. Cicek tried to place it for David Jakub at the back post. And the other big news for Hume, Mo Temel returns tonight. One of the Black Army's favourite sons. They are hoping turns saviour or even Sultan. Both of these sides finished in a relegation playoff spot last season. Only split on goal difference in the end, and Angelatos is in early, and Murray makes a marvellous save almost immediately. Cicek wanted to go the other way. Irwin stepped in ahead of Jakub, who then stuck out a leg, but what a golden opportunity for Angelatos inside the opening minutes to put Melbourne Aku ahead. Murray did terrifically well. Quickly came off his line and closed the door down. Marcus Fernandez wants to drive at Suede. Fernandez shifting one way. Suede stood firm and made a good challenge. It's very much a tale of two sides who have had different fortunes to start the new season. Separated only on goal difference at the end of the one just gone. Right now, at least, Aku are showing signs of a side who don't quite know their ceiling just yet. Whereas Hume are still in survival mode and are still well and truly under the rigorous pressure of a relegation fight. But perhaps tonight could be a win to galvanise their season and make them feel as though they've got themselves underway. Angelatos, who's had the best look so far. Irwin. Fernandez wanted to get away from Cicek, switched it back for Connor Irwin. Danced away from Jakub, but couldn't find anybody. Angelatos had just dropped off a fraction early in order to try and provide an option to reset the play instead of blaze away and go more direct. That clip from Suede finds its way into the palms of Lachlan Maliaros, who really is a microcosm of the feeling that Melbourne Aku have had to start the season. Arriving from Fitzroy was key towards the back end of the season just gone, certainly in the playoffs. And to start the new campaign has been in superb form, made many a crucial save. Angelatos as well, rolls it for Oskar Suede with a beauty of a block, and it's bundled in. Oskar gets the opener, and not the first, second, nor third, but the fourth time of asking. Brilliant block initially. Hume threw everything at it. But in the end, Melbourne Aku forced it over the line and forced themselves into the lead. Perhaps a stroke of fortune about it. Hamza Suede will consider himself desperately unlucky, having made a terrific initial block, only to see it get bullied over the line in the end, really. Here is Mo Temel. Wanted to charge at Oskar, threaded it into Jakub. Wasn't able to get round Irwin, but was fouled. Hume's first opportunity is one from a free kick. Cicek and Temel, the two holding court. Step away from one for another. There will be Mo Temel Caught it sweetly. Wasn't able to trouble Maliaros in the end. Owen. Angelatos. Quick on the switch for Fernandez. Connor Owen. And Fernandez, who had an errant touch. However, Hume did not enact the high press, so he was able to retrieve it. Worry-free. Owen couldn't get around two. Temmel. Back for Swade. Gabriel Murray, who went with Loft on the return. Swade. Cicek. Wanted to clip it over the top. Fernandez and Connor Owen. Tried to steer it away from Yakub, did well. Oscar Yee went down the line, but could only find touch. First changes. Run for the Black Army. Clanaris immediately instated. Angelatos on for Fernandez, who wasn't able to get it out of his feet and then took a tumble as the ball trickled over the line. A really bright start from QEMU's side. We've had numerous opportunities already. Hume haven't quite hit their stride. Perennial slow starters. Does take them time to warm into games. But Cicek's giving it away. Fernandez couldn't get around Murray. Got his footwork all wrong. Right at the critical moment did Marcus Fernandez. Otherwise, he would have waltzed in for another. Aku knocking on the door. Angelatos. Oscar Yee gave it a whack. Cicek got in the way to make the block. Hume prioritising a lot of rotation to start things tonight. Nakano dropped it off for Fernandez, who went with Loft beautifully. Nakano with a tidy touch. Owen's rolled in. That's a brilliant save from Murray. But it was glorious futsal from Aku, who ever so nearly added a second. And if it wasn't for Hume's young shot stopper, they would have done. That's a brilliant save. Quickly readjusted down low and kept the deficit at a singular strike. Owen on for Enzo Campagna, who's been a bright spark. Nakano wanted to work it back for him, lost it out for Ramadan, who wanted to lead the charge the other way. Swade dropped it back for Clanaris. Cicek. Ramadan. Nakano with a long lunging challenge. Clanaris clipped it over him, but only to Campagna. Owen. Nakano. Campagna. Threaded it fabulously for Fernandez, and Nakano couldn't apply the finishing touch. Patient, poised, nearly to perfection once more. May Aku possibly rue some of these misses, however. Ramadan had Turkmen streaming. Campagna came across to make the block and cut it out. It's always a fascinating fixture whenever it drops. Melbourne Aku's first meeting with Hume last season was the swan song of Wang Sama before his return to Thailand. Game where Aku went toe-to-toe, and if it weren't for some Thai intervention, may very well have won that game. It would have given them 3 straight wins to start that season. Instead, it was the momentum halter that perhaps set them on a rather wretched run, which they only snapped on the penultimate fortnight of the season. It's a strange butterfly effect, how things change. Cicek to whack one! Maliaros was scrambling, and he wasn't too far away from being troubled. Umbede Cicek's first look within range. And he wasn't too far away. Threaded down the line for Campagna, who couldn't spin Turkmen. Aku certainly dominating their opening 5 minutes. Two touchlines cutting 2 similar figures. Both relatively, although minorly, Not unbothered by the start as Campagna's shot pirouette was impeded by Ramadan. Xavier Fernandez for Ruslan. Turkmen wanted to go on the press. Campagna, Fernandez. Campagna once more, gave it to Ruslan. He whipped it down the line. However, Xavier Fernandez didn't quite peel away from him. He peeled to the far post. Wasn't quite the run that his counterpart was looking for. Klanaris, Cicek. Klanaris once more with a lovely ball. Turkmen's touch was tidy. Cicek tried to bundle. Nakano won in and then waltzed his way through almost all of them before Klanaris put a stop to it. Nakano had options running left and right. Recycled it to Fernandez. A couple of appeals for a foul waved away. Campagna. Nakano. Back with Enzo Campagna. Nakano. Did well to take that down. Tidy shift for Fernandez. Campagna. That Pira could only find touch. Angelatos. Fernandez. Shifted it to Ruslan. Tidy 1-2. The switch didn't come off. Ramadan wants to charge the other way. Had only Turkmen in support and Ruslan in retreat made the challenge. Yanni Pira down. And perhaps just readjusting his footwear. Woodman's side ball. Cicek again. Within range. Wanted to have a hit. Murray. On for Yanni Pira. Lost out to Fernandez, who stood strong. Pira side ball. Hume still really yet to get a foothold in this game. Melbourne Aku putting them under pressure. Murray's within range, however. And was not far away. Maliaros with a late shuffle. Just might have been a touch unprepared had that been on target. Rather uneasy. Gabriel Murray's a keeper who loves to get within range and have a go. Ramadan has picked Campagna's pocket, driving around. And this time Maliaros at his near post makes a good stop. Hume corner. Pira to take. Out for Turkmen. Over for Ramadan. Turkmen, Temel. Away from Ruslan. Gave it to Fernandez, who had nobody forward with him. And Mo Temel in return made a good tackle. Fernandez and Oski immediately flung back into the picture. Temel. Turkmen. Switched it for Pira, who had a while down the line. Temel tiptoed his way round and threaded it, but Campagna read it and did well on the slide. Now leads the counter. Switched it for Angelatos, who stepped inside of a while. Still shifting, Angelatos. Campagna set it for Oski, who couldn't tiptoe his way round. Fernandez has peeled. Pira's made the block. They want handball, but they'll have to settle for a corner. Another wonderfully worked Aku move. The movement, so hard to keep up with. Oski again, peeling. Cleared only as far as Campagna. Angelatos. Momentarily within range, just stepping and tiptoeing his way through. And perhaps tried too much. And ran himself into touch. Temel. Awal's lost out. Fernandez. Campagna tried the return. Awal made up for it and spared his blushes. And that's a brilliant ball to find Pira, who had Yakub streaming forwards. It's into by Oski. Temel. What a ball that is! And Awal went round Maliaros but couldn't turn it in. Terrific ball from Mo Temel. That was unlucky not to be turned into the net. Hume starting to find their feet. Campagna, pressed by Pira, squeezed it out to Oscar Yee, who lost out to Temmel. Pira once more picked it off, tried the reverse. Murray came, a while in retreat, had to get there before him. Yee is hot on his heels, made a good challenge. A while, still tiptoeing, did superbly. Amazing press resistance, and then Pira couldn't switch it for Temmel. Just those little moments at the moment for Hume, which are coming undone. Fernandez stepped away from Pira. Oscar Yee couldn't find Campagna. Just that little split-second movement, even if it's a fraction late. Either side means that the ball was placed behind Enzo Campagna instead of into a path where he could perhaps go on a run with it. Temmel, Yacoub, back for Mo Temmel. Connor Owen wanted to hustle him. Awal, who's looked lively since coming on. Yacoub switched it for Temmel once more. Awal wanted to drive at Oscar Yee. Temmel threaded it for Yacoub. Suede. Temmel. This time Angelatos, the one he has to beat, and did so. Gave it a yard for Hamza Suede to have a poke, and Oscar Yee quickly across to make the block. Important intervention. Just as Hume is starting to work themselves a few looks. Temmel, who's starting really to dictate things. Yacoub. Back for Temmel. A while they just drifted down the line. Temmel, Yacoub, tried the return. Owen won it and then lost it. Temmel turned it round the corner. Fernandez did well. In for Angelatos. Aku could go on the break. Gave it back for Fernandez. It's a beauty. It's a blistering Aku break. And the skipper at the back stick doubles their advantage. Tidily tucked away. And the ball from Angelatos was sumptuous. Waited wonderfully, begging for Fernandez to finish it, which he obliged. And Hume, who had been building, have been hit by an Aku hammer blow on the break. And they try to go for a quick reply. Temmel can turn it into a while. And a quick stop. One of the officials just has to retie their shoelaces. Everything seems to be all right. That Hamza Suede went with loft. Angelatos the best to it. Nakano couldn't make it work. Suede still turning. Awkward from Ali Aros, who momentarily might have thought he lost it, but collected it well. Angelatos. Irwin, whose touch was loose. Suede side ball. Temmel. Yacoub. Back for Mo Temmel. Hume again trying to wrestle back the momentum. They had merely a minute to go before they were burnt on the break. Mo Temmel on for Suede. Tried to turn it for a while. Angelatos was aware and alert to it. And then did well to win it back. Connor Irwin. Hamza Suede just not best pleased about that decision. Irwin on the stretch made it work from Fernandez. Fizzed it into Nakano. Fernandez had a go. And whacked it to ensure that it whizzed over Murray's bar. Suede pressed by Irwin. Unable to get out. Aku won a corner. It'll be Murray's ball. Wanted to go quickly. Angelatos had to get the flick on. A while. Picked it off and then lost it. Nakano, Irwin, Angelatos, Fernandez. Tried to tease it for Owen. Swade did well, and now they're on the break. Awala Jakub with him. He went alone. What a save from Alioros. Marvellous stop from the Aku shot stopper, who flung himself across at his near post and got the faintest of flicks on it to divert it for a corner. Cicek's take. Jakub. Important intervention and block from Angelatos. Cicek again. Jakub the angle tighter. Angelatos again read it. Broke for Ramadan. Recycled it to Swade. Out for Ubade Cicek, who's charging at Owen. Swade. Cicek. He's waiting on the runners, waiting on the movement for someone to give him something to threat, and they're forced nearly all the way home. And the clearance is cut out by Angelatos, who shifted away from Swade. Nakano Fernandez rolled it wide. Would have been a wonderful goal. Angelatos was angelic to get himself out of that situation. The steer across superb. All it needed was the finishing touch, which Fernandez, who, having applied it a moment before, wasn't quite able to do the same this time around. Hume have a let off. Cicek's lost it to Angelatos. Xavier Fernandez with whip. Too much whip for Connor Owen, who had just gone too early. It's the difference momentum makes. One team starting their season currently in the dizzying heights of third, something they would hold if it stays this way regardless of the result in the final game. Nakano with a good read. Swade with a late lunge and collected his own man. Lokman Ramadan was collateral damage. Well, that Hamza Swade slide. Nakano stayed on his feet and is the recipient. Wriggled his way around Cicek. Nakano, Ruslan 3-0. And it's beautiful. It is marvellously marked, and Hume want timeout. And at the first timeout of the first half, it's a quick-fire Aku treble as they lead Hume by 3-0.
We're the Chair Punters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
well, that's exactly right.
It's absolutely fantastic, and the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins, and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought.
Returning from timeout, Hume well and truly got the hairdryer in that huddle. The gaffer not best pleased, and the reaction was almost immediate. Nakano, Fernandez wanted Ruslan. It's been a masterful Melbourne Aku first half so far. First quarter of an hour of it, they have truly dominated. 3 to the good and currently in complete control. Fernandez for Ruslan, that's a glorious take. Cicek hot on his heels. There to make the challenge. Hume at the moment scratching their heads to wonder where it all went wrong so far. They have to regroup quickly. 3 is not an insurmountable deficit. It's not quite series futsal's Everest. Perhaps it's Kilimanjaro though. Well, you will need to get a move on if they are to get themselves back into this game before half time. Enzo Campagna. Lovely ball into Ruslan, whose touch was tidy back to him, but Cicek cut it out. Ruslan. Start of options. Lokman Ramadan's press was a good one. And as a result, just forced him into clearing his lines a bit inadvertently. An effort one, which was not troubling Maliaros. For Mel Banaku, it's been a brilliant opening showing. Talking about continuing on the important momentum they built last week. They won a shootout against Phoenix in the end. Tonight, continuing on the touch that they played, certainly in that second half, with a lot more of. Campagna's switch, couldn't find Fernandez. Hugh might have an opportunity for themselves to reset and get back into this game. Clanaris, Cicek, back for Clanaris, who had a yard. Campagna quickly on the block. Clanaris still wanting to tiptoe his way through them all. Ruslan picked his pocket, has Yi one way, Fernandez the other, who threaded it brilliantly, and Oscar Yi couldn't finish the job. Once again, the Black Army nearly burnt on the break. Mel Banaku flooded forward in a violet haze, and Hume just couldn't quite keep up. Cicek switch for Clanaris, who stabbed it around Ruslan, but not Campagna. Ramadan twisting and turning, wanted to square it, and Clanaris was a millimetre away from giving Maliaros something to do. Oscar Yi. Campagna. Clipped it down the line. Yi wanted the return. Ramadan did well. Cicek on the charge forward. Clanaris' switch. Imran Turkman. Face to face with Ruslan. Yi came across to provide a helping hand. Forced him to recycle to Ramadan. Clanaris. Turkman. Ramadan. Switch for Cicek, who played that delightfully for Turkman down the line, who played it off Fernandez's arm and wins a free kick. Perhaps an opportunity. 5 minutes before half time to get themselves back into the game. Left by Turkman. Cicek, saved by Maliaros. Out only as far as Clanaris. Ramadan's touch allowed Yi to make the challenge. Cicek, Clanaris. Away from Ruslan and didn't get the wrap he desired. But it is far better from the Black Army, who are starting to pose questions of Aku. Campagna not around Turkman. Got it back, however. Fernandez threaded it for Angelatos, kept it alive for Campagna, who's twisting and turning and cutting, and Angelatos couldn't find the finishing touch for what would have been another intricate and rather igniting move. Murray, Turkman, Temel, Clanaris. Hume trying to turn the screw. Find which key will unlock the Aku door. Michael Clanaris, Temel, Turkman. Back for Clanaris once more. And Galatos holding firm on the press and now obliges Clanaris to give one. Turkman hustled by Oscar Yi and is tiptoeing his way out of trouble, but Oscar Yi's slide was a good one. Turkman quickly for Temel, and Campagna closed him down, did not give him room to breathe. Fernandez out the other way for Angelatos. Klanaris just diverted. Fernandez was charging. Cicek was sliding, and Aku have a corner. Fernandez's take. Out for Angelatos, who had a hit, and it wasn't far away. And in fact, did take a deflection, and they'll do it all over again. Angelatos on the other side. Out for Campagna. Fernandez. Campagna. Switched it for Oski. He's just waiting on the runners. Campagna tried to thread it for Fernandez. Cicek cut it out. Turkmen immediately under pressure. Angelatos hustling him. Turkmen with nowhere to turn. Tried to keep it alive. Angelatos went the long way round and then bundled Turkmen over, who wins a free kick. He did terrifically well in a position of immense pressure from Angelatos. Short for Pira, not around Yi, who's given it to Campagna, who goes alone and drags his effort wide. Opened up for him, just had Oski Yi charging forward as well. Instead chose to go alone, couldn't find the corner. Cicek in ahead of Angelatos. Campagna made a good challenge. Ubedi Cicek unhappy about that decision. Angelatos. Aku in complete control of this first half at the moment. Irwin. In fact, their only disappointment is they may not have made it more with the opportunities they've created for themselves. Hume too can count themselves unlucky not to have at least one back. Pira's ball was too heavy for Cicek. Fernandez with fizz. Nakano with a smooth take. Pira tried to close the door. Made a good challenge. Nakano will take the side ball. Quickly for Irwin, who wrapped it across the face. Gabriel Murray, who's going on a venture. Murray down the line for Pira, who placed it across. And still, David Jakub is denied, and Hume cannot find a way to turn it in. Fernandez, who's found from the side ball. Nakano, whose touch was deft, but Pira in retreat. Just got a poke in ahead of Angelatos, who was lurking. I was just waiting to pick it back up. Fernandez tried to be inventive and thread it through, but Cicek was in the way. Final couple of minutes of the first half. One where Aku started blisteringly and have since played the game on their own terms. Irwin with fizz. Murray didn't know a lot about it and just had his body in the way. Given away to Nakano by Awal, who's trying to turn his way through, and Awal's challenge in retreat is a good one. Had to close the door on Nakano, who was breaking forward. Truly bursting, trying to provide a cutback otherwise. Angelatos. Fernandez had a yard. Murray made a good save down low. Terrific reflex stop in the nick of time to deny Fernandez from adding a fourth. Nakano wanted Irwin, and now they could break Hume. Temel on for Pira, too much on it. A fraction too heavy, and that has been the tale of their first half. They had Aku right where they wanted them on the counter and couldn't capitalise. Irwin. Angelatos, oh, that's a beautiful turn away from Jakub. Couldn't find Nakano because Temel's intervention was just as good. Jakub left it, Pira kept it alive. Awal. Temel. Pressed by Fernandez. Dropped it back for Pira, who couldn't place it. Fernandez read it. Yakub poked it on for Temel. It's a lovely switch. Pira away from Nakano and wide of the post. First time Yanni Pira has had room to work his magic, and he wasn't a million miles away. Quickly for Connor Irwin. He tried to thread it, and Yakub nodded it out of play. Ruslan. Connor Irwin. Again, Yakub good on the press. Irwin wanted to go high. Nakano gave him that option as the pivot. Fernandez took that well. Nakano for Irwin, who couldn't turn it in. Once more, he was all on his own, and Murray went quickly for Pira, who's around Ruslan, but not Maliaros, who was quickly off his line. Temel gambled. It broke for Ruslan, who had Irwin lurking in a while, got an all-important foot in. Otherwise, Connor Irwin could have had a crack at Murray too. A frantic end to the first half. Irwin. Campagna. Back for Connor Irwin. Campagna couldn't thread it. Yakub read it well. Pira. Charging at Fernandez. Kept it in somehow, but then wasn't able to. Although he did win a corner. Yanni Pira saunters over. Quickly up for Temel, who got under it. Didn't take it as sweetly as he'd like. Allows Maliaros and maybe Aku to have the final say of the first half. Temel's tackle a good one. Campagna. Ruslan! Wasn't far away. Rifled it just over the bar. Murray may have been a spectator otherwise. Yakub. Spearing switch for Pira, who couldn't tango, and Fernandez made the block. Final look at the first half. Can Hume land one? Pira, Temel, they'll be out of time. And Melbourne Aku, monstrous at the break. Hume unable to reply to one so far, which Aku will be delighted for. As it stands, they are flying closer to the top two than they are the ones chasing. Half-time in Darabin. Melbourne Aku 3, Hume 0.
This will be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
We're signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, strikers.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Maraha. We're the Chair Punters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers.
We've come across a couple of wins, and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team, and problems here and there. When you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it. But we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on.
We return from half-time. Melbourne Akkus so far have been monstrous. Hume are scratching their heads and looking for a way back into this contest. At the moment, they will go into a fortnight off at the league's foot. 3 goals down at the half. Josh Fusco, what needs to improve?
What needs to improve, and what are you talking about?
How can Hume get themselves back into the game?
That's a tough one. This is what they would consider a relegation rival. To say what Hume needs to do, that's so difficult, Ethan. If I had the answers, I'd be a coach myself, but at this stage, they need goals.
Fernandez trying to twist and turn his way forward. Crowded out by 3. Campagna back for Ruslan. Now Enzo Campagna once more. Tried to slide it across, and Ruslan was just a touch late and wasn't able to turn in.
Coming into this game, Ethan, obviously it's a fantastic game and very entertaining. What have you made of the first game, and how do you compare it to this one?
First game of the evening, perhaps, was one of pivotal importance for Moreland in order to keep themselves still in the foreground of the title picture at least. Going into the Classico, you never want to go into that game on a loss. It had so much pressure, and Oski, he's on the charge. But it adds so much pressure to you if you go into it off the back of a defeat. So for that alone, it's a massive win.
And historically, if you lose that game to Thornbury, you would consider the league over at the moment. And Moreland still has a slimmer of hope if they beat Fitzroy twice and go undefeated for the rest of the matches they play. So it's a very interesting season, and it's still a lot to play for.
Door for the Blues, the reigning champions, to retain their crown, still well and truly open. Tricek tried to turn that over for Swade and wasn't quite able to. It's a brighter start to the second half for Hume. Akku still looking to hurt them on the break, as they had done to great effect in the opening period. And QEMU's side have not only the scoreboard, but the clock as their friend too. Oski Yi. Campagna's just made a darting run down the line, perhaps to provide an out. He wanted Ruslan and could only find touch.
Melbourne Akku, fantastic, I would say, this season. It's one of those seasons where every single team, probably from 2nd to 7th, it's very close in terms of the actual numbers. We're talking numbers of points and how many they've had. So I think Melbourne Akku will be very happy with where they sit at this stage of the season.
It's coming into this evening before the early kick-off. The gap between second place Moreland and Hume, who were bottom, was 4 points. That have now, of course, become 7.
Yep.
However, there is a really tight bunch.
Well, I would say that Melbourne Akku would fancy themselves to be able to fight for 3rd. Why the hell not? You know, they're getting results, they're playing well, they've brought in fantastic players. Enzo Campagna, fantastic, honestly. Absolute sensation on the ball. So I think Melbourne Akku will fancy themselves a 3rd or 4th place finish.
Certainly on pole position at the moment. If it stays like this, it would keep them with a healthy breathing room as well, in third in the table. Pascovel only a point behind them, of course. They play later tonight. So there's an opportunity that top four in particular, by the end of the eve, could start to break away a little bit.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised if Northern Phoenix do some sort of upset tonight against Pascoe Vale. With the players they have on their team sheet, we know how fantastic they are. And you know what? Friday night's a night of magic.
And of course, the final game of the evening, Pascoe Vale and Northern Phoenix. The two teams who both would look at that and think perhaps an opportunity to get 3 points. Pascoe Vale certainly having refound their roar in recent weeks. 2 wins in a row, a properly momentous one last week. It just steers them out of a bit of early trouble, perhaps answers some of the questions too that had been asked in weeks gone by. So the safari looking more fruitful for the Lions as Fernandez steered it into Murray, who's on a marauding run. The net was vacant, still is before he gets home. Cicek had his effort blocked by Oscar Yee.
And what makes Aku so fantastic as a side is not just their ability to counter and move as a unit on offense, but to actually all come back together on defense in the same kind of velocity.
Cicek cleared by Campagna, whose touch was tidy. Fernandez had Angelatos if he got round Suede, but couldn't. Fernandez's side ball. Campagna, Oscar Yee. Tried to steer it again for Campagna. The big difference between this Aku side and the one which ended last season as well, it's safe to say has to be in some of the movement.
The movement? In terms of like player movement or in terms of...
Player movement on court.
On court, okay.
The fluidity of it.
The fluidity of play. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Sorry. I guess there's a difference, you know, in communication, cultural difference here.
Temmel pressed Murray, didn't pick it up, and Suede was under pressure momentarily. Campagna made a good challenge. And Temmel once more, who's been integral when Hume have looked to play out. Cicek did well to get away from Yee. Recycled it to Suede. Temmel. This time away from Campagna, and Galatos also hot on the press. Ooh. That's a smashing ball through for Cicek. Just again a little bit too heavy for him to be able to make the most of it.
What have you made of Mohamed Temmel's return to the court for Hume? Because at the end of the day, that was a beautiful pass, and he's been knocking those down all night.
Temmel's return has certainly been bright for Hume, who, safe to say, have missed his creativity. Have missed the guile he gives them going forward, and that ability to thread the ball and be proactive. Isn't afraid to try and break the lines. Something this side certainly need. Angelatos on for Fernandez. Gave him a tidy return. Angelatos spun Cicek. And then won a corner. Amidst a couple of Hume protests. Angelatos to take. All the way out for Fernandez, who threaded it through. Angelatos couldn't spin Temmel. Clanaris, perhaps his charge could turn fruitful. Cut out by Campagna. Fernandez, again not ahead of Temmel, who made a critical challenge. Cicek off Yakub has given Fernandez a gift, and Murray's made a good save to bail Hume out of jail.
Ethan, I'll tell you what, that was way too close for calling a game. You're 3-0 down. You need to be clinical, and I think if Aku gets one more, you call it done and dusted, lights out.
Hume can ill afford another misstep like that. Clanaris gives it away. Angelatos, Nakano, Fernandez brilliantly, and Murray makes another good save down low. Aku with 2 golden looks in the space of a minute to make it 4-0.
And he has been fantastic, Murray, in goal for Hume. Making save after save. He has been impeccable.
Campagna on for Nakano. Hustle by Yakub, who's picked his pocket. Malioros' slide was made to good effect. Nakano, Campagna. Spun away from Clenaris. Jakub hot on the press. Campagna tiptoeing and firing over.
In some positive news, I want to say that how good has Hume's, I guess, little video has been on Instagram. It's been fantastic the way that they've kind of been one of the teams that have taken the step forward to transition their media into something a bit more than just a post. You know, you're feeling a family vibe. You see a funny side of a futsal club, and I love that.
Hume have certainly been one of the more active sides on social media when it comes to within the series futsal community. Melbourne Aku as well, increasing that presence too.
But, really, did you see that last video from Hume? It's fantastic. Everyone in the kebab shop just shaving kebab meat. It's funny. Honestly, go check it out. Fantastic stuff. That's what I want to see.
Irwin for Nakano. It's behind Angelatos. Connor Irwin made it work. Pira. Not beyond Irwin, and Angelatos is leading a 3-on-2. Irwin threaded it. Crucial cutout from Temel as Nakano was lurking. Ramadan rolled it on for Pira.
Oh.
Got around Angelatos, forced wide, deflected off Fernandez, that's a brilliant save. Jakub's following, has got one back. Hume off the mark. And all of a sudden, the deficit is 2.
Well, Ethan, we might just see a little bit of magic on a Friday night.
Perhaps a stroke of fortune as to how it came about. But you have to take your chances when they come your way. Hume have done that. Pira lost out to Angelatos, who went around Ramadan too. Nakano another option. Angelatos trying to spin. Lost out to Temel. All of a sudden they could be in again. Irwin slide collected Pira. And thankfully for Connor Irwin, the ball as well.
Cutting it close, Connor Irwin. And Hume, if you can listen really carefully to our left, sounds like they disagree with that decision.
Here a side ball, Jakub. Irwin made the block. It was certainly a robust challenge, let's say. Perhaps not Connor Irwin's cleanest slide, but it was effective nonetheless. Temel tried to steer it for Jakub at the back stick, who just peeled away a touch early and thus couldn't get on the end of it.
Fernandez looks to take it into Irwin now, and might have caught himself in a bit of trouble. Blocked out well by Ramadan.
Hume's high press being the real difference in this second half. They've been fearless, they've been unafraid to go higher and stop Aku at the source.
That's right.
Nakano on for Fernandez, who's flashed it wide. Just opened up for Marcus Fernandez ever so invitingly. And Murray, who thought he might have had some work to do, happy to see it fly wide of his near post. That's how quickly it can change. Temel, Ramadan, lovely ball. Jakub Maliaros parried. And Nakano on the second attempt cleared the lines.
Corner Hume. And this is a chance now to make it just a goal. Ramadan looks to be the target for this set play. Takes the strike, and Lockie Maliaros with a fantastic split save.
Pira's take. Cicek. Pira. Hume running the line. Jakub. Lost out to Nakano, who's on the march. Murray came and didn't get there. Fernandez has an open net. And thumps one in on the break. Aku make Hume pay. In perfect fashion, Nakano kept his cool and allowed Fernandez to waltz in for a fourth. Delightfully worked. And Hume had no answer. Gabriel Murray came a long way and didn't get there. And was punished by Marcus Fernandez. And now Turkman is being tussled with Cicek. Ramadan's touch was heavy. Irwin on the press has won it back. Cicek's slide was a good one. Had to be timed to perfection as well. Otherwise Irwin would have been in behind. And Hume, who had got themselves back into the game, now see that work diminished. And Oscar Yeoffer has landed in! And it's 5. 2 in a flash. Oski inadvertently had it turn off Ruslan and in. And where they were under pressure merely 2 minutes ago, Aku now are running away with it and running riot, but Ramadan can put that to a stop. Maliaros instead makes a good save.
Ethan, Hume are in trouble. And just take away from this game, Hume are in trouble. This is a game they have to win. This is a game they need points, and now they're going to be in that situation where it really looks like they're fighting to stay off 7th.
Fernandez must have a Turkman. Oski took over and threaded it through for Fernandez. Turkman's lunge was a late one, and he'll go into the book for it. Perhaps a sign of frustration. And just as Fernandez skipped round, Turkman tackled with force and didn't get the ball. An Aku free kick. Ruslan, who's on a hat-trick. No one to take it. Fernandez and Yi just hovering at the back stick. Campagna the other option. Ruslan on for Oscar Yi, who gave it a poke into the side netting. Desperately close to adding another. Turkman, Cicek. Couldn't thread it, picked off by Campagna, who went alone, and Murray made a good save down low. At his near post, recovered well. And Fernandez flashed his effort over. Aku playing with some authority at the moment. Hume in desperate need of a response before this game gets too far away from them too late. Temel, Turkman, around Oscar Yi, Maliaros parried and then picked up. And went long. Murray came a long way and had to get that right, otherwise Campagna was in with an open net. And it would have been a disastrous moment for Hume had the keeper got that wrong. Fernandez, not around Turkman, whose tackle was a good one. Fernandez, Yi, Ruslan, couldn't turn it away from Temel, and then just slowed him up long enough. Turkman, Aku, diving and flying everywhere, and in the end Oski is the one who can make the challenge. Swade, quickly on for Turkman, Temel, Cicek, Hume having a look for answers, and they have to look for them quickly. They've got 10 minutes to save themselves, just about. Swade, all the way back for Murray. We thought about venturing. Swade, Temel. Out for Cicek, who's face to face with Fernandez. Quickly on for Swade. Fernandez read the return well and rolled it on to Ruslan. Tried to find Yi on the break, and Cicek's challenge was a good one. Oscar Yi. Ruslan. Campagna's timed that almost to perfection. Clipping behind was the right idea. One of invention. Just unable to find him. Really darted. Temel from the resulting side ball. Klanaris. Mo Temel. Cicek. Rolled it back for Temel. Klanaris! Off Maliaros and in. Unable to turn it out of trouble, and Hume have one back. Klanaris, perhaps, could give them the spark they need. Maliaros will be rather frustrated with himself that he didn't get a firmer palm on it. Just to turn it out for a corner. And maybe, just maybe, the door might still have a glimmer of light. Temmel. Swade. Back from O'Temmel. Can't get away from Campagna. Swade. Away. Fernandez has picked it off, went juggling, and wasn't able to turn it over Murray and in. O'Temmel to restart things. Had it picked off by Angelatos, who wasn't able to get away from Clanaris, who in fact had pulled him back and gave away a free kick. Aku free kick. Oscar Yee. Switch for Campagna. Yee once more. Fernandez, who'd stolen the yard. Around Clanaris, fizzed it across the face, and no one was there to apply a finishing touch. But that is how quickly Aku can flick the switch and get themselves into a position of good fortune. Clanaris. Temmel. Steered it into Cicek, whose touch was tidy, turned away from Angelatos, rolled it back for Swade. Temmel. Quick 1-2 with Clanaris. Cicek. Swade. Clanaris. Temmel. Tidy touch. Clanaris' shoulder. And now Campagna. Angelatos. Fernandez with a fabulous loft for Oscar Yee, who's hustled by Swade and spun his way round. Murray made a good save. Campagna clipped it over Temmel, not away from Cicek, who's around Angelatos. On for Clanaris, and Cicek was there for the return, but perhaps Josh Fusco, Clanaris, could have gone alone.
He possibly could have, and maybe we would have a different result, but he didn't. And therefore, it's still a 3-goal game.
A bit of claret for Ubedi Cicek.
Ethan, looking at this scoreline, Aku 5 goals to 2, up by 3. They've held that lead for quite a substantial amount of the game. Do you think there's any chance they let this slip against Hume?
At the moment, they're in a firm position. No position is too firm until the final whistle.
Oh!
They didn't afford to give away. Fernandez has fouled Cicek and will see himself pick up a yellow card for it.
Well, say in his head, he thinks it's got to be done there. Cicek is bursting through and has the opportunity to take a strike. We know what Cicek's strikes are like from that distance. It's almost a certain goal. So, great decision there from Fernandez. Hume, though, might be a bit of taste in their mouth from that play.
3 around the free kick. Yakub, Temmel, Clanaris. All seeing who will have a hit. Yakub, Temmel into the palms of Maliaros, who's flung it for Nakano. Temmel in retreat. Campagna away from Cicek and in and around. Temmel, Nakano battling with Yakub, and Aku will have it. Nakano side ball on for Fernandez. Nakano. Fernandez with loft for Campagna, who's flicked round. Murray came the long way, rolled it on for Clanaris, whose touch was heavy, too heavy, as he runs out of room. Hume just having the clock tick down a little bit further. Cut up by Temmel, the long ball. Speared it to Cicek, turned it for Yakub. That's an important touch from Angelatos, who did well. Defensive effort, a determined one. Cicek. Temmel. Yakub with room to spin. Campagna was collected. Oof. And Aku have a free kick. And Ubede Cicek is a bit frustrated about it.
Tensions are rising, Ethan. You can really feel the mercury just creeping up slowly in this one.
Things were simmering They may now be coming a bit closer to a boiling point. Fernandez free kick. Owen wasn't able to find Nakano down the line. And you get the feeling Aku are really just trying to take the sting out of these next few minutes and give themselves an opportunity to slow the clock down, slow the game down. Temel, pressed by Angelatos. Unable to turn away from danger, got away from Fernandez in the end. Yakub spun in behind Irwin. Maliaros all the way out, fizzed it for Angelatos, worked on for Cicek, lovely touch for Klanaris, Nakano in the way. Angelatos stabbed it for Fernandez, who's one-on-one with Temel. Fernandez round him, Murray with a good challenge. And then Fernandez tried to keep the press on. Final game of the night, Pascoe Vale and Northern Phoenix. Promises to be an entertaining game. As Owen across, and Nakano turns it in. Akuovic Hume for 6. And brilliantly finished by Nakano, who took a gamble at the back post, one which paid off.
Physically, I'm just thinking to myself, how the hell has that ball crossed the line and gone to the back of the net? It's gone through 3 Hume players. No one's managed to get it out. And now they find themselves in a position down 4.
Temel. Cicek around Fernandez, whose slide was good.
And you can taste it. At this point, the energy and the effort and that extra something in the game is with Aku.
Maliaros sprawled. Angelatos with Nakano is leading the break. Owen is streaming. Owen is scoring. 2 in a minute in terrific fashion. And Melbourne Aku are running riot.
Ethan, at this point now you're the Hume coach. Do you have to say to yourself, 7 minutes left? Do you go all in and try and get some goals, or do you really focus on keeping the goal difference at the point that it is? Because at the end of the day, there are 8 more rounds left, 7 more games if you're Hume to play. That goal difference could be the making or breaking point between championship and serious futsal.
It's a double-edged sword. One which the Hume coaching staff are no doubt considering. Timeout card in hand. Perhaps wondering, Imran Turkman being told to get ready. For Hume, it hasn't worked tonight so far. Still 6.5 minutes to try and salvage something from the evening. Ramadan. On for Yakub. Touched it back for Temel. Cicek. On the switch, Yakub couldn't tiptoe around 2. Angelatos was bundled into, although Yakub had won the ball.
At this stage, I think you have to feel for Hume. You know, they've had a few injuries, big injuries this season, particularly with Turkman going out there with an ACL. So they haven't quite been able to have that star squad play with each other week in, week out to the point where they're comfortable. And obviously Temel coming in now has been a great addition, but he's not ready to come at the highest level of his game.
Nakano, lovely return for Irwin, whose flick was lovely as well to find Fernandez. Angelatos. Aku in flow state right now as Irwin touches it out of play. Classic curse of the commentator. Hume with time to reload. Pascoe Vale getting warm behind them. Northern Phoenix rolling in. Ooh, that's threaded well for Yakub. Ramadan. Temel. Face to face with Ruslan. 2 whose paths have crossed many times, and Ruslan's challenge was too robust and he's given away a free kick.
I'm going to put Aku on 4 fouls, and I think Temel is 3 fouls. Sorry, wow. Timekeeper's quick with it. Good job. And at that stage, you know, Temel's tender at this point as well, so he'll be very much, I guess, agitated when any form of pressure that's extensive is applied to him.
Here is Temel again. Ruslan in retreat trying to apply said pressure. Temel tried to spear it. Xavier Fernandez was in the way to cut it out. For Melbourne Aku, It's looking like another momentous win. Keeps them in the top 3, keeps them within touching distance of Moreland as Turkmen crashes the bar. Wasn't far away from a rather spectacular goal, even if it is to chip away at a deficit. Lucas Grigg now taking his time in goal. Noklomaliaros taking a breather off the back of another magnificent evening. Ruslan's return, Turkmen's touch, out of play.
Now, do you think that that kind of change in the goalkeeping from Melbourne Aku is them basically saying we've got this game in the bag, let the second keeper come on? Why do you think they've made the change?
Many factors. Could be rotations as Campagna's rotating and rolling into the bottom corner to add yet another cherry on top of a perfectly baked Aku cake. Enzo Campagna with a calm and crisp finish.
And there's not much else to say. 8-2. You can see the Hume fans on the sideline. Hands in heads. They're not happy.
It's been Aku's night, all right, and in emphatic fashion.
Oof.
Shouts for a corner, but it will be Lucas Grigg's ball. And Ruslan streaming. Grigg wants to find him. Temel nodded it on. Turkmen's touch invited Campagna, who was so quick to press him, as was Oscar Yee.
Ethan, who is Hume actually playing next week? That's my question. Do they have to buy next week? Could I double check on that? I should know off. Well, they actually don't play next week. Next week we have a. No one's playing on the 26th and the 28th, so we'll have that off. There's no series futsal, and I think it's a good time to reset before that major round 7. And we know what's happening in round 7. It's Moreland, it's Fitzroy, it's everything on the line. It's life and death, probably. It's literally life and death.
Hume have Pascoe Vale that week.
Wow. So again, you're thinking, if you're Hume, you're like, wow, we're playing against a side that's comfortably top 4.
Melbourne Aku might want timeout. Marcus Fernandez going to issue the time slip. Turkmen, a while. Touched it back for Turkmen. Temel tried to thread it. A while invited Fernandez, who's got an open net. Temel made the block. Cut out, and Ruslan saw it out, and now at the first time of asking, they will get that time out. It's Aku dominance as they lead Hume 8-2.
We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, strikers.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Maraha.
We return from timeout. Aku in complete control. They lead Hume 8-2. And they've got 5 minutes to see it through. A win that would take them level on points with Moreland. Only outside the top 2 on goal difference.
Level on points with Moreland. Is that what you were telling me? Wow. That is an extraordinarily shocking result from Melbourne Aku. Fantastic.
Hume might get one back. Swade. Brilliant save, Lucas Grigg. And Oscar Yee couldn't quite keep it alive. But they too, right now, as it stands, are only 5 points from the top of the tree.
Maybe Melbourne Aku might find themselves, maybe they can win the league.
Oh well, couldn't re-find Turkmen. It's one season. One team always throws up a shock, a storyline, worth savouring.
There's been a few of those this season, actually, Ethan. I think at the bottom of the table that there have been shocks. They've been for some teams it's been horrors. You know, Thornbury were fantastic when they beat, I guess, Pascoval. They didn't beat Pascoval, but drawing with Pascoval is pretty much a win for them. Oh, they beat Pascoval. Oh, it was you. It's so unbelievable that I forgot.
Beat Pascoval 5-4 on opening night.
That's so unbelievable that are you sure?
Any of the Thornbury
They beat
contingent?
Pascoval.
Any of the Thornbury contingent watching? Where you are, apologies.
No, I apologize. I do apologize because again, it's just so long ago in my mind. Fantastic.
Murray, Ruslan wanted to get acrobatic. Turkman touched it away from 2. Hamza swayed.
Well, I'll be damned.
Josh Fusco just finding out. Thornbury did in fact beat Pascoval on opening night. Cicek.
No, I'm just teasing. I knew. No, I didn't know.
Murray, Turkman. Back with Murray. Down the line for Swade. Hume going 5th. Campagna dogged in his defensive efforts. Cicek, Murray, Turkman. Cicek. Swade! A wall! Beautifully worked. It may merely be a consolation, but it's a brilliant goal. 5th man play to perfection, and a while at the back stick had an open net to turn into.
You know, there's not really a consolation because in a game, in a league of 12 games, where every goal counts and every goal is different, it's not a consolation. Again, it's so vital for Hume to actually score and bring that goal difference down. They're still playing for something, even with 2 minutes left.
Campagna couldn't thread it for Owen. Turkman, Cicek, pressed by Angelatos. Turkman was 2, as is Swade. Aku going the high press. Cicek clipped it over the top crisply. Turkman around Fernandez. Almost sliding into his own net was Angelatos. It came off the back of the bar. And Hume have a corner.
How many times has that ball bubbled on either the right corner or the crossbar?
Swade with fizz flashed it across the face. Fernandez. Cut out by Temmel, who then lost out to Angelatos. Who's away from him, Anual with a sharp pirouette. Angelatos dancing, drifting, driving. Campagna took over, squeezed it out to Irwin, who had a hit and Murray didn't know a lot about it. Temmel, tidy touch. Cicek, not so tidy, lost out, and Irwin close to winning in. Cicek wanting to find a way forwards, wasn't able to do so. Again, Hume go 5th. Temmel. Swade. Back with Mohamed Temmel. His return, unfortunately for him, hasn't quite gone to plan this evening. That ball wasn't able to find Hamza Swade.
You know, Ethan, he hasn't been bad. He's had quite a good game, to be honest with you. For someone who's just come back from a lengthy injury, hasn't played futsal in such a long time, he's been quite good. You know, so I don't want to be too harsh on Temmel.
Fernandez is down. Having perhaps taken a hit with some force. Hamza Swade just checking on him.
Kumu's come on to have a look at him. I don't know what he's clutching at. Maybe I'll have to go and investigate.
As Marcus Fernandez stays down. Josh Fusco. Perhaps just wanting to have a look. And as he does, the Aku skipper gets back to his feet. Seems to be all right. Might have knocked the wind out of him. It was a rather rough coming together. Final minutes of a night where Aku have been dominant. Murray, Temmel, Cicek. Back for Temmel. Those two having their own private game. Here's Cicek down the line for a while. Aku defending well. Oscar Yee with a firm challenge. They're just soaking up the seconds. Cicek, Temmel, Murray. Pressed by Campagna. Behind Cicek, it was a loose one. And they have to start all over again. Temmel, Cicek, Awal. Around Irwin, fist across. Swade couldn't apply a touch, but Hume will keep it. took an important flick on its way. Temmel. On for Cicek. Murray was on the switch one way. Temmel, Cicek. Back with Temmel, this time down the line for Murray. That's beautiful to find Suede. Goes away from Owen. Murray, Temmel, Cicek, Awal. Can Hume take one for the road? Cicek, Temmel, Murray. Couldn't thread it through Campagna. Cicek, Awal. Back with Cicek once more. Temmel. Hume still trying to find an opening. The shot will have to come soon. They're in the last 10 seconds. Temmel. Awal lost out. It might come from Owen, who had a stab and stabbed it wide in the final second. The whistle wouldn't have beaten him. Had it rolled in, it would have counted. But Hume have got some soul searching to do. But for Melbourne Aku, they are going toe-to-toe with the top two. Outside of it, only on goal difference. And currently flying up amongst the top flight. Full time, it's Melbourne Aku 8, Hume 3.
We're the Chip Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. What's going on with that? Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins, and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
We're signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, striker.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Smarra.
Welcome to the evening's final instalment. Perhaps a little bit of a sound difficulty just then, but all seems to be all right now. And it promises to be a tantalising and enticing way to round out what's been an exciting round prior to a week break. And it's a Pascoe Vale side who have found their roar in recent weeks. Back-to-back wins, perhaps the more statement being the one against Moreland merely a week ago. But the other against Aku is the two sides who are above them. But tonight they face a Northern Phoenix side who are never short of confidence, never short of firepower, and who are looking to overwrite some wrongs of two close defeats. It's a Lions side finding their feet once more and perhaps looking to charge their way back towards the top two against the Phoenix side in the playoff places, unable to dip any lower, but still wanting to perhaps move themselves a little bit further away from trouble. And they want to get off to a bright start. It's down the line for Juan Garcia. Andre Caro makes a good challenge. Northern Phoenix debuting some new threads tonight. It's a rather smart turquoise ensemble. Also worth mentioning, they start the post-Akon era as well this evening. Phoenix, Romario Bajo at the helm. This first test is one that not many would like. Evangelista, while taking a tumble, played it out. Juan Garcia will restart things. Henderson. Sapina. He's waiting on the runners. Stelitano was one. Found Henderson instead. He tried to go delightfully. Chavananu celebrated his birthday this week as well. Was there to nod it to cut things out. On for Evangelista. Tried to go with Loft down the line, but wasn't able to keep it in. Arn was darting, but was unable to be found. Stelitano. Henderson. Tried to go the long way around Lima, but also couldn't quite do so. Three wins in a row is the possibility for Pascoe Vale if they are to go into a short break. Take them to 9. Take them within a point of Aku, a point of Moreland, within 6 of Fitzroy. As Arn's driving forward, and Evangelista didn't turn it in. What a save from Montfroy, who was able to gather it just as Evangelista thought he was going to steal in for the opener. Stelitano's ball for Sapina. Not quite one he could take down. On the switch from Mazen Abdallah. Mad Cat's taken a venture, went long. Montfroy happy to watch it fly over his bar. I wanted to go long, rolled it for Henderson. Stelitano. On the switch once more for Henderson. Gio Stelitano. Sold Garcia short. Evangelista couldn't find on. Garcia's touch was tidy, and Stelitano's got Sapina up with him. Face to face with Lima. Sapina shifting. Stelitano across with Fizz. Abdallah, what a save to intervene as Lima nearly turned into his own net. And Andre Caro had to clatter a clearance away. But Phoenix's first foray forward was one which put Pascoe Vale under pressure. And Alison Lima nearly lunged into his own goal. Sapina. Stelitano. Not beyond Lima the first time. Did the second, only as far as Caro. Arn. Evangelista. Back for Andre Caro. It was within range. And Stelitano had to come across to make the block, just to be sure. On. Evangelista got inventive. Henderson cut it out. Evangelista won it back. Threaded it through for Lima, but Montfroy was quickly onto it. Garcia, lovely switch for Stelitano. He's face to face with Evangelista. Flashed it across the face, and nobody was there to try and apply a finishing touch. Another positive break for Phoenix, who are no stranger to burning teams on the counter. Unafraid to rapidly spread their wings. Abdallah tried to drill it, Garcia cut it out, Stelitano. Sapinia's touchback was scintillating, Evangelista's slide equally as such. Wants to charge at Sapina. Caro. Andre Caro's not far away. Opened up for him on his right and he crashed it goalwards. Had Montfort scrambling. Stelitano. Sapina was waiting on Garcia. Caro and Evangelista snapping at Sapina, who evaded them both. Garcia. Stelitano has smashed it wide. Golden opportunity for Phoenix's number 7, who held the room, came onto it wonderfully, and then whipped it wide of the post. Perhaps their first real look of the night. Pascovel prepping the changes. Kevin Lamb ready to come on. None of the trio of Lamb, Newen or Sumpsau started tonight. All coming from the bench. Sapina had it cut up by Evangelista, who wants to go on the charge. Arns up with him. Caro arriving too. Sapina retreated. Caro bundling, jostling, and Montfroy making up for it. Look long. Stelitano could have nodded into Juan Garcia. Abdallah went long. That's a smashing ball to find Caro. Chested it down coolly. Lima on. Threaded it for Lamb. Shoving on once more. Caro couldn't clip it round the corner. Alison Lima was lurking, but he found touch instead. Stelitano on for Henderson. Lamb wanted to press him. Henderson kept it alive. Sapina's return was tidy. Lamb took a slip. Abdallah tried to spear it to him. Henderson cut it out. Sapina spun his way away from Lamb through the legs of Arn, and then wasn't quite able to keep the move alive. Jonathan Sapina providing yet another clip to the highlight reel he's accumulated so far this season. It's a super turn and a super thread. Stelitano ran out of room. Matthias Sumpsau wants to charge at Henderson. And Henderson stood his ground. Sumpsau will rekindle with it. Switched it for Kevin Lamb. Wanted to go at Sapina and then lost out. Lamb in retreat all the way back for Abdallah. He did very well to keep that, did Lamb. Sumpsau now around Henderson. Around Stelitano, not quite. Giovanni Stelitano with a good challenge. Just at the final second as Sumpsau went to commit down the flank, Stelitano stuck a leg out to good effect, as did Juan Garcia. Stelitano tried to thread it through, but with too much pace. Abdallah on for Sumpsau. Lamb's on the overlap. Sumpsau shifting. Henderson was there to make the block with him all the way. A really frantic start to the matchday's final instalment. Sumpsau gave it away to Henderson, who's got Nicolidis. Henderson went alone, and Abdallah just had to be sure. Michael Newen shoving on, dropped it off for Sumpsau. On. Steered it for Newen, who took a heavy touch, touched it back for Sumpsau. Kevin Lamb was asking for that switch for a while, and he's finally been found with room to go at Henderson, through the legs of Henderson, and then lost out. Henderson happy to recycle. Phoenix momentarily put Pasco Vale under the pump. Terrific work from Henderson, who has been a real thorn in the side so far this evening of all Pasco Vale have tried to do. Newen face to face with Shemazy. Back for Lucas Vaz. That's a spearing switch for Lamb, who's got Henderson again. Cut it back for Newen. Vaz might have wanted it. Cess McCullough picked his pocket and now has Nicolidis up with him. Perhaps took too long to pull the trigger. Shemazy lost out to Lamb. Tried to keep the move alive. Vaz on the block. Lamb rattled it off Nicolidis. A sumps out. Vaz. Eventually they keep it, but that was a huge opportunity for Nicolidis and Northern Phoenix to test Mazen Abdallah. Perhaps a let-off for the Lions. Vaz. Newen. Not away from Shemazy. Mazen Abdallah looked long. Lucas Vaz peeled away at the right time. Cess McCullough on the press. Back for Newen. Switched it for Lamb. Went the shot early. Henderson again in his way. Cess McCullough, the lucky party off the ricochet. Around Vaz. Phoenix wanted a free kick. Nothing was doing. Vaz got it from Newen. That's a beauty of a ball for Kevin Lamb. Montfroy makes a big save. Lamb with Montfroy scrambling. Couldn't touch it. And Nicolidis off a sump sound. Quick to take it. Henderson. Shemazy. Newen with a good challenge. Henderson. Cess McCullough. Again tried to dart his way around Vaz and wasn't able to. Newen. That's a lovely clip down the line for a Sumpsal. Michael Newen evaded the press wonderfully well. Rolled back for Vaz, who wants some calm. Vaz, Lamb. Wanted Newen to make the run, one which he didn't oblige with. A really fast-paced start. Nothing being left out there so far this evening. Henderson, Shemazy. Back for Henderson once more. Down the line for Nicolidis. He wasn't able to spin away from a Sumpsal, who then got entangled with Nicolidis. And Pascoe Vale have a free kick, something Nicolidis and the Phoenix bench aren't best pleased about. Nicolidis makes his case. Abdallah went long for Newen. Henderson with a good flick at the expense of a corner. Time being taken. Matchday's final instalment. Opening half, which has absolutely flown by so far. Newen. Out for a Sumpsal! That's a brilliant save from Montfroy. And Henderson hammered it away. Anyway, it would have done. Matthias Sumpsal couldn't have caught that much sweeter. It's a very good save from Montfroy, and this time Sumpsal tests out the touch of Romario Barjo on the touchline. Former South Melbourne man still got it. Henderson. Cess McCullough. Not allowed to spin. Got it through Vaz. Henderson once more. Trying to dink it for Nicolidis. Only found the palms of Abdallah. Newen. Vaz. Was just waiting on a line splitter from Dewey Newen, who lost out. Shemazy went early. He caught it well, but it was over the net of Abdallah, who gave it a leap but was unbothered. Newen lofting for Vaz, unable to find him. It will be about who blinks first. Cess McCullough. Shemazy. Went with dink. Vaz cut it out and can lead the charge the other way. A Sumpsal. Newen just darted a fraction early. Switch for Newen. Dewey Newen's got room to go. Away from Henderson via a deflection. Cleared by Shemazy. Sumpsal. Vaz. Dewey Newen. Vaz. A Sumpsal. Called for calm. Vaz back to Nicolidis. Trying to spin him, unable to. Michael Newen finds Dewey Newen with Fizz, and Vaz wasn't able. He just peeled away too early. Pascoe Vale practicing patience for the first time tonight and nearly finding themselves an opening. Seth McCullough for Nicolidis. Assumpsal bundled him over and gives away a free kick. That one a touch too forceful. Halfway stage of the first half. Both these sides holding firm. Phoenix with a free kick. Shemazy went low and Abdullah had to make a good save. Nicolidis didn't take his side ball in properly. And so Assumpsal will gleefully accept, I'm sure. Michael Newen went with clip. Brown did well. Assumpsal left it for Dewey Newen. Steered it over. Vaz kept it alive. Michael Newen bundled into. Steered down the line for Dewey Newen, who's face to face with Nicolidis. Newen tried to steer his way round, and Nicolidis won back well. And Phoenix pick up a rolling foul. Brown, Nicolidis. Couldn't find Seth McCullough. Assumpsal, brilliant save around Manfroy. Penalty. Brown will protest his innocence. Pascoe Vale penalty. And it's a booking. It's a yellow. Brown, fortuitous. Unbelievably fortuitous, some might say. Protesting his innocence, but Matthias Assumpsal from the spot has the chance to put Pascoe Vale ahead against Montfroy, who's already made a couple of good saves to deny him. Assumpsal scores with certainty. And Pascoe Vale, who had been knocking on the door, have themselves in front. Scored sumptuously. And Matthias Assumpsal, if at first he didn't succeed, he tried again, and found the opener. Phoenix with it to do. Shemazy, Brown, Sapina. Away from Evangelista. Newen wanted to press him. Brown. Shemazy. Behind Nicolidis. And the Pascoe Vale press paying off. Dewey Newen's side ball. All the way back from Azan Abdallah. Caro. Newen. That's a lovely ball to find Evangelista. Michael Newen took over, fisted across. Montfroy made the save. Sapina on the break had Nicolidis and decided to go alone. Sapina not around Caro. Abdallah came to close the door. Skivell want to go quickly. Brown and Nicolidis sliding into one another. Collateral damage, perhaps, after some frustration. Caro, Michael Newen. Wanting to work a yard. Evangelista not around Sapina and couldn't refine the feet of Newen. Just little moments. in a first half that, although having its opening goal, is still tense and cagey. Even if the futsal's free-flowing. Shemazy for Brown. Nicolidis is around Caro. Dropped it back for Brown. Nicolidis once more. Brown. Shemazy, not beyond Alison Lima, who stuck a leg out to good effect. Brown happy to take his time. Perhaps give Phoenix a breather. They've accumulated 3 fouls. The ice just a little bit thinner than it was not too long ago, but they do have a corner. Alison Lima again got the important and telling touch. And Shemazy will make sure they do it all over again. String of Phoenix corners. Will one of them bear fruit? Nicolidis happy to reload. It's time for Sapenya to spear one. Abdullah, it took a bobble. And he made a very good save, did Mazen Abdullah. Had to readjust. And got across well. This time Shemazy. Fizz near post, and the succession of Phoenix pressure will end. Abdullah on for Caro, who wanted to clip quickly for Lima. Sapenya was in the way. Newen. Back for Abdullah. Pressed by Nicolidis. Pascovel free kick for a handball. That's their 4th foul. They're just starting to tick even closer to the mark. It was the same story a couple of weeks ago against Fitzroy, where it just accumulated until it boiled over. And that is one of the things that really hurt them in the end. Lima, Caro, Newen, whose touch was loose. Nicolidis around Caro, who fouled him. And for that, Andre Caro will find his way into the book. And it gives Phoenix a free kick in a position of promise. And perhaps their best look yet to land the leveller. Nicolidis and Sapenya over it. It is Nicolidis! Mazen Abdullah made a good save. Caro quickly cleared. Stellitano was lurking ever so dangerously. Sapenya. Stellitano steered it to Abdullah, who had 2 runners. Evangelista was the 3rd. Went with Fizz, but a fraction too much of it. A searing ball from the Pascovel shot stopper. Montfroy into Sapenya, who got around Caro. Newen, Evangelista. Rolled it for Lima. Evangelista cut out by Henderson. Evangelista, Caro with Fizz. Henderson cut it out. Again flashed it across the face, hoping for Newen to be arriving. He went for the first ball. Pascovel will reset once more. Just a hush in Darabin, perhaps for the first time tonight. Newen, Evangelista, Lima, nearly touched it back for Newen. Juan Garcia around Caro, can lead the break, and Abdullah makes a good save. Sprung himself across at his near post to push away. Phoenix corner. Garcia, Henderson didn't catch it sweetly. Garcia keeps it. Henderson, Sapenya. Garcia, Lovely ball for Sapina, who couldn't turn Caro. Evangelista won it. Garcia left the leg in, and that'll be 5 fouls. And Phoenix, for 7 minutes, have to be on their best behaviour. 5 racked up. Abdallah wanted Evangelista to go on a run down the line, one which he didn't oblige him with. Henderson. Again, wanted to clip it over the top, but to no avail. Changes being rung again. Asumps out, Lamb, Vaz, all reinstated. In fact, Lucas Vaz might have to wait just a moment. Pascoe at the moment, just withstanding a Phoenix wave, trying to carve out an opportunity for themselves. That's a beauty of a ball. Lamb is through, and Montfroy made a good save. Assumpção with a dazzling pass. Montfroy quickly off his line, and he made a good stop. Lamb's side ball. Arns peeled away. Face to face with Garcia. Out for Assumpção. It's Matthias Assumpção. It's just over. Shifted beyond Stellitano and was immediately within firing range. Just unable to apply the finishing touch to it. Henderson. Garcia. Phoenix bench in protest. Assumpção. Face to face with Stellitano. Assumpção away from him. Matthias Assumpção. Montfroy makes another good save. Sapina. Stellitano. That's a brilliant return. Sapina's rattled it wide. That was their look on the break. And Matthias Assumpção is having a word with one official, where Tyler Lewis is having a word with another. Tyler Lewis being told to take a seat as the ball was stumped away towards the Pascoe Vale bench, something they didn't take too kindly to. Assumpção for Lucas Vaz. On for Kevin Lamb. Vaz threaded it. Assumpção. Lamb nearly peeled. Henderson read it well. Has Stellitano up with him. Garcia too. Gio Stellitano. It's a big block from Lamb. Recycle for Sapina. It's away. Brilliant. Glorious from Sapina, and Abdallah made a marvellous save. Jonathan Sapina with another bit of sensational footwork. Stellitano. Juan Garcia. On one in ahead of Sapina. Vaz. Did brilliantly to evade Stellitano. On. Lamb. Vaz once more. Assumpção. Who's beyond Garcia. And Henderson timed it to perfection. Final 5 minutes to half time. And the first half, which has been a lot of fun, to put it bluntly. Been a fabulous first period. You wouldn't want to miss a game like this. There's way more in it than just the 1-0. Opportunities at either end. Assumpção. Away from Garcia, who bundled him over. And Pascoe Vale will have a look. Stellitano incensed, as was Juan Garcia, who protests his innocence. Assumpção with the opportunity. Matthias Assumpção, brilliant save. What a save from Montfroy. It was arrowing for the top corner. from Futsal. It's a spectacular stop from the Phoenix shot stopper. Lamb all the way out for Vaz. On for Futsal once more. Around Stellitano. On for Kevin Lamb, who shifted away. And Gio Stellitano made a spectacular tackle. If he dives in a touch later there, they get another opportunity. Timed it to absolute perfection. Side ball's up for Futsal. On for Lucas Vaz. Lovely ball for Ferreira. Spini made the block, but Pasco Vale will have a corner. Ferreira's take. Only found Henderson. Now Sapina could go the other way. Has options left and right. And Sapina lost out. Now it's 3-on-1. Ferreira, Vaz, Kevin Lamb. What a block! What a brilliant block! Oh, it's glorious from Henderson. Superb. And perhaps vital. Fantastic defending. And the frame was being adjusted. Some Pasco Vera angst perhaps. And not being able to take it. Lamb drilled it. They'll have a corner. Ferreira. Vaz. Futsal. Kevin Lamb. Going at Juan Garcia. Tiptoed around him. Stellitano out to Ferreira, who got around, poked it out for Vaz, who's within range, and it's a brilliant block from Henderson. Vaz recovered it. Lamb tried to find Futsal. Sapina picked his pocket and is now going all on his own. Jonathan Sapina around Abdallah. That is a beautiful goal. An exquisite equaliser. An out of this world run, coupled with a wonderful finish. How good is he? Just how good is he? That's a terrific goal. And one which might galvanise Phoenix, who've been knocking on the door. Futsal, oh gorgeous. Around Stellitano, Lamb around Monfroy, just like that. One beauty follows another. And this time it was Futsal who danced and dazzled. And Lamb who lunged and steered to make it 2-1. Two glorious goals in a matter of seconds. A Sapina special, cancelled out by Lamb on a lovely move, and Stellitano's levelled it. Stellitano steered it in. Pasco Vale protested it trickled out. But Stellitano, with a sumptuous finish at the near post, stole in and scored to make it 2-2. Will you ever see a better 60 seconds of futsal than that? Glorious. And it's not done yet. Newen, Vaz, Evangelista, Stellitano. Who is protesting hard. Henderson made the block. It'll be a corner. Pasco Vale with an opportunity to get themselves back ahead once more. Futsal wanted Michael Newen. Nicolidis did well. Sapina stole in. Shifted away from Newen, but not away from Vaz, who fouled him. And that's hurt Sapina, who has stayed down. back on his feet now, but might be most unsavoury. Moving a bit gingerly. All seems to be okay. Henderson. Nicolidis. Stellitano. Has got the touch in. He was looking for Sapina. And Phoenix want timeout. And the timeout was issued in the nick of time. Phoenix bench a bit unhappy with one another, but as we go to timeouts, this is an entertaining one. It's 2-2. We return from timeout. Not long left in an enthralling first half. One, which conclusion is still also uncertain. 2-2. Phoenix and Pascoe Vale locked and ready to go at one another. Stellitano couldn't find Nicolidis. Broke for Sapina. Oh, lovely. Lovely! Absolutely lovely! What a goal! Sapina shifting, scoring sumptuously. It is the supernatural. An unbelievable goal, an unbelievable brace from Sapina, and Phoenix are in front for the first time tonight. And now Pascoe Vale have it to do. Sumpsal around Sapina. Squeezed it through for Andre Caro. Evangelista. Brilliant block, Henderson. Evangelista's side ball. Sumpsal. Caro. Shifting, turning. Nicolidis got an all-important touch to take the sting out of it. Sapina slowing it all the way down. Trying to take time for Phoenix and nearly showing too much of it to Evangelista. Sapina twisting, turning, trying to shuffle out of the press and has done so superbly. Sapina away from two. He taking on all comers through Evangelista's legs, wins a free kick. 4 fouls for Pascoe Vale. Sapina, Sesmakula. Sapina once more. Backing into Caro, who's hot on his heels. Two in quick succession, that'll be 5 apiece. 5 fouls for Pascoe Vale, 2 now. In the final minute to the break. Montfroy. Final minute of the first half, one which has captivated. Sapina. Couldn't get away from Cara the first time. Backed into a cul-de-sac, one which he did wonderfully to get out of. What a first half this has been. It has been absolutely splendid. Perhaps the season's best so far. Certainly what some might say. And the best part is there is a whole nother 20 to follow, which we hope enthralls and causes chaos and the unbelievable just the same. Evangelista is there perhaps one last sting in the tail. One last line to be inked. Assumpção. Michael Newen rolls it wide but wins a corner. Perhaps the Lions' last chance to land a level up before the break. Evangelista, Andre Caro, off the bar. Montfroy made a save he knew hardly anything about. Was able to steer it over to safety at the expense of a Pascoe Vale corner. Newen. Out for Assumpção, 15 seconds. Dancing at Cesc McCullough, Assumpção fires over. And that might be the look. That might be their moment. Montfroy went long. Cesc McCullough might have spun, and Assumpção in retreat made the challenge. We're not done yet. Something will absolutely still come of this. Sapina wins a corner. Sapina, Nicolidis around Evangelista. Lost out to Assumpção. The clock will beat anything from here on out. And in fact, it might not. Now then. The clock hadn't fully ticked over. And with the final kick of the first half, Sapina can round out a hat-trick and can possibly give Phoenix a 2-goal buffer. The footnotes on a fabulous half of futsal. Jonathan Sapina hits the post, and that'll be that. And breathe. Take one long, deep breath and get ready to regroup for 20 more. Half time for the final time tonight at the end of a thrilling first half. Pascoe Vale 2, Northern Phoenix 3.
We're the Chip Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. What's going on with that? Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. You know, there's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. And you know, when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, you know, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, striker.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Mara.
Returning from half-time for the final time tonight. The final time in the match day, the final time for a week or so. And what a game we've got on our hands. Pascoe Vale took the lead from the penalty spot. And for Jonathan Cepina, the Spaniard was superb. And where numero uno was unbelievable, numero dos defied belief. He's the difference maker, as he has so often been for Northern Phoenix, who lead Pascoe Vale 3-2. And with an opportunity tonight, Josh, to draw level on points with the Lions.
Well, Ethan, firstly, thank you for inviting me to have this second half. We know I'm obviously Jonathan Cepina's biggest fan after his game against Fitzroy, and he's done it again against Pascoe Vale, so there's nothing this guy can't do. Let's see if they can get the win. It's 3-2 to Northern Phoenix. What a fantastic game it's been.
Juan Garcia got around Kevin Lamb eventually. Rolled it back for Henderson, who's also been superb. Shemazy lost out to Michael Newen. He wasn't quite able to blaze away. Lima, Dewey Newen, and Michael Newen. Kevin Lamb still hovering, trying to provide a yard for himself. Dewey Newen went on the spear. As an Abdallah watched Henderson's ricochet out.
Ethan, I have a question for you now. 3-2, 19 minutes, whole half to go, right? But what does this game mean for Pascoe Vale if they lose?
It's the end of a good momentous run that they've built. It's not the result they would have liked, as Kluak bundles into Newen for the second half's first foul.
But do you think that do you think Pascoe Vale is aiming for the title this season? Do you think this would knock them out completely?
I believe they are aiming for the title. Whether it would knock them out completely or not, that remains to be seen. They do have a free kick. Taken quickly. Newen. Lima! Blocked by Henderson. Shemazy trying to twist and turn. And what a free kick. And Dewey Newen's fine finish off of that. Won't count.
It's good from Do It. Now he just has to do it when the whistle doesn't blow.
Henderson. Juan Garcia gave it back to Henderson, who couldn't turn it around the corner. Michael Newen's side ball. Actually told to advance a couple of yards. Often a rarity. Kevin Lamb. Michael Newen. Dewey Newen. Lamb. Tried to fizz it across, and it took the final touch off him. Kluak's ricochet, a good one. Phoenix just frustrating Pascoe Vale to start this second half. They hold all the cards at the moment. Henderson. Went with Loft. Newen cut it out. Happy to return home to Abdallah. Alison Lima's darted. Abdallah went direct. Kluak with a tidy read. Newen. Lamb. Shifted away from Henderson. Had three around him immediately. Dewey Newen has thumped it in on the rebound. A darting run. And a devastating drive to get Pascoe Vale level.
There, Ethan, we see the importance of inches. It was just centimetres away from really getting a block on that ball and doing Newen. Fantastic positioning, fantastic, even a fantastic strike.
And a night of glorious goals. Add another one to the catalogue. And now Michael Newen might be in the mood. Tried to go at Kluak. Wasn't able to get beyond him. Henderson came across to shut the door just to be sure.
What do you make of Henderson's first game for Northern Phoenix, his debut?
He's been brilliant so far. And it's been a real rock at the back for them. Chimazi rolls it into the palms of Abdallah, who's quick to go. Alison Lima, Newen. Tried to thread it for Lima. Montfroy came and got there, and he had to. Otherwise, Alison Lima would have been all on his own. And where Pascoe Vale have just got themselves level, they were perhaps staring at an opportunity. Newen with fizz. Henderson cut it out.
With his strike, they just come inches closer to really beating Montfort and retaking that lead. Michael Newen, the side ball, might look for Newen again. He'll take it, the strike, and wonderful hands from Montfort to hold that.
Claimed it the second attempt. Rolled it on for Juan Garcia. He tried to thread it. Michael Newen alert to it, and now leads a 3-on-2. Dewey Newen one way. He's found him. The return was just behind Michael Newen. Pascoe Vale creating a couple of early looks to start the second half. Phoenix rather hanging on, and as a result have reinstated Cess McCullough and Stella Tano. Henderson, lovely ball. Stella Tano. Not around Lamb, and now it's 2-on-1. Lima's with him. Kevin Lamb went wide. Montfroy parried. Garcia can now carry. Stella Tano shifting, and Garcia went alone.
Gee, I think he sent that to Spain.
Perhaps one Juan Garcia might have wanted back. And perhaps a challenge he might have wanted back, having bundled into Dewey Newen. Alison Lima. Waiting on the runners. Michael Newen tried to thread it for Lamb. Henderson.
Ooh.
Not away from Lamb.
Risky.
Henderson playing with fire for a moment there. Cess McCullough. Henderson. Lima on the press. Newen. Couldn't find Lima. Cess McCullough. Juan Garcia. Had two around him. Lamb won it back. Retreated all the way for Abdallah. On Farhan. Cut out by Stella Tano. Garcia went and tried to stab it to Cess McCullough. He might have been in two minds. And now Pascoe Vale want to go the other way. Abdallah went long. Henderson on. Newen. Hustled by Garcia. Recycled it to Lamb. Alison Lima. On. Quick 1-2. And Lima calms it all down. Newen. Lima. Back for Michael Newen. Ooh. Lamb couldn't lace it. Farhan. But just in that moment when it broke for Juan Garcia, he seemed to be in two minds whether to play in Cess McCullough or shoot. And in the end he chose neither.
Well, that separates the best players from just good players. And at the end of the day, it's Stellatano to his right, who is a menace in his own right in front of goal. We've seen it this game too. I think he's on the score sheet once.
Newen. On for Abdallah, and Assumpsal's made a run, which has been found gloriously. Lima tried to pick it up, and Sapina with a hand from Ses McCullough got it clear. Henderson, Sapina, not around Assumpsal, not around Chavanon.
I want to have to say, one of Pascoval's biggest weapons this game has to be Abdallah's distribution with his feet. I don't know if there's a better goalkeeper at actually distributing the ball with their feet.
Newen couldn't steer it over Henderson. Lima happy to watch it trickle out. Just a hush. Perhaps a moment to breathe. Game that's gone at breakneck speed. Sumpsal, switch for Arn. Pascoval wanting to turn the screw that would get them ahead. Sumpsal. Dancing at Stellatano. Sumpsal shifting around Henderson. Couldn't cut it back. Ses McCullough lost out to Newen, who got industrious and nearly made it work. But Montfroy dived on it and was able to claim it. Henderson with a heart-in-mouth moment. Newen's poke, and Stellatano had to hook it away.
What is happening with Northern Phoenix's composure this half? It's gone down the drain.
Newen's side ball. Fizzed on, darting at the back stick. Got the contact, but wasn't able to steer it goalward.
Right place, right time for Arn. Just a little bit too high with the head. Fantastic though, and look at this. Pascoval warming up to the game and really taking it aboard as Mateus Assumpsal tries to take it past Sapina.
Sumpsal wanted to go quickly. Arn. Lima. Newen on the return. Nicolidis quick to him. Assumpsal. Again face to face with Sapina. Assumpsal wanting the shift. Tried to drill. Sapina kept it alive, and now is on the break. Nicolidis charging too. Sapina around Newen.
No, he can't do that.
And then takes a rather heavy tumble. Arn going the other way. Tried to thread it for Assumpsal. Couldn't find him. Sapina in the end almost had to hurdle over too. And a big let-off for both teams at both ends. Nicolidis. It's it back from Stellatano. Ses McCullough. Nicolidis once more. Stellatano. Clipped it into Sapina. He's waiting on it. Lima gave him a shove and has given away a free kick.
Wow, I mean, Jonathan's very smart to win the foul. He knows they're going to come after him. They've double-teamed him all game, probably because of what he's done. But at the end of the day, if they get that ball cleanly, it's a game-over situation.
Alison Lima protesting his innocence. Michael Newen also pleading the case. Suleiman Mohammed having a quick look.
I think he winked at you.
Never a dull moment in Darabin.
Maybe a smile.
Sapina and Nicolidis are within firing range. Phoenix with their first real look at the second half.
Surely not.
Jonathan Sapina. Assumpsal did his job. Ses McCullough. Nicolidis tried to shift away from Assumpsal. Who won it back, and now it's 3-on-1. Stellatano with a huge challenge. Vaz hustled by Ses McCullough.
Fair play, fair play, fair play.
I was about to say it was in firmly, but fairly.
I think this game has been refereed quite well. They're letting the aggression take place, but they're not calling easy fouls as well. The game's really calm and controlled. It's been fantastic even.
Assumpsal left one in on Sapina. Stellatano and Nicolidis not happy. Sapina once more. Again, Assumpsal having a lot of Jonathan Sapina.
Jonathan Sapina looks at Michael Newen saying, "You want some too?" as he distributes the ball fantastically.
Abdallah onto Assumpsal. Face with Stellatano. Arn then took over. Tidy. Lovely to evade the press. Nicolidis in strongly. Stellitano, Sapina on. Newen with a good challenge. And him and Cess McCullough into a proper 50-50.
Ooh. Looks like some stern words from the stern referee. Looking at Jonathan Sapina and Michael Newen saying, none of that, boys. Play on.
Jonathan Sapina, perhaps wondering why he's being called into question.
Seems like he's just holding the ball up, to be honest.
And Matthias Assumpsal, while having a lie down, is getting a lecture too. As is Aidan Charchi. And now Romario Bajo is also having a chat. This is unbelievable.
Maybe I should start having a chat at you and we'll make it even.
Absolute cinema in Darabin. Stellitano couldn't thread it for Sapina. Lucas Vass in the way. Both of these sides are looking for a goal that would get them ahead of one another. Stellitano away from Vaz. Cess McCullough stole in and nearly, ever so nearly, troubled Abdallah with a turn.
Ethan, it's one of those games that I think we're witnessing not just magic. Again, anything can happen. And it's been so back and forth. It doesn't matter who's actually controlling this game. It just matters which ball hits the back of the net for which team.
Tension building in Darabin. Sapina, lovely touch for Stellitano, who tried the return. Vaz now has on with him. Michael Newen's come to join the party too. Michael Newen touched it on Ferran. Newen, hustle by Cess McCullough, and now Sapina's on the charge. Trevor Cess McCullough around Abdallah.
I mean, look, it looks like he's gone around him cleanly. Ethan, what are your thoughts on that? We both have glasses, but I thought he got around him quickly and quite cleanly.
Northern Phoenix thought he was impeded. Pasco Vale certainly wagging fingers at that. Newen off the arm of Nicolidis.
2 fouls apiece. I have a feeling in the last 10 this is going to heat up a little bit more.
Abdallah again blazing for on. Nicolidis nodded it out of play. Newen, Caro, into Lucas Vaz, who got the return, squeezed it for Andre Caro, who rattled the side netting. Pasco Vale won a corner, it's been waved away. Stellitano, Sapina.
They're in trouble here.
Back for Stellitano, who's breezing forward and flashed it wide. And in fact, Mazen Abdallah has made a brilliant save.
Wow. Look, Stellitano, he'd be unhappy with himself there. He needs to do better. Needs to put it away past the great goalkeeper nonetheless. Kalidis
ricocheted off Newen, back from Montfroy. Sapina, Andre Caro, the one tasked with him now. Two incredibly experienced players. Gave it away to Vaz this time. Couldn't steer it for Newen. And Montfroy kept it alive, in fact. Didn't want to take the risk. Here's Fling. Beat everybody, bar Mazen Abdallah, who's quick to find Michael Newen, but it had too much loft and too much depth even for him.
Tough pass to make on the go quickly. A little bit too much sauce on it. Like a little bit of sauce, Ethan?
Nicolidis. Picked off by Caro. Tried to steer it inside for on. Nicolidis in the nick of time and rolled it on for Sapina, who's hat-trick hunting.
Oh, there it
dangled a leg.
There it is. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
And it is on the very edge of the area.
Very, very lucky. Tell you what, that could have been very devastating for Pasco Vale. It's the best result for them, really.
Pasco Vale protest vehemently. Free kick in a dangerous situation for Northern Phoenix. Nicolidis and Sapina, the two over it. Stellitano on the edge. Nicolidis went quickly. Lucas Vaz made the block.
Oh, there it is.
And then hooked it. On might get there. Michael Newen on the follow-in has rolled it wide.
Eesh.
It broke ever so fortuitously for him, but he couldn't quite find the net. Ses Makula, Nicolidis, Stellitano. Back for Nicolidis. Gio Stellitano, not around on. And we're encroaching on that final 10 minutes. This is when the mettle of both of these sides will get truly tested. Caro, Vaz got in first, but only gave it to Stellitano. Sapina shifting away. Jonathan Sapina just wide.
Tell you what, as soon as he gets the open shot, you don't need a defender, you need a prayer book. And Martin Abdullah had it at that time.
Vaz, away from Nicolidis. Trying to spin Ses Makula and then foul Nicolidis. And goes into the book.
The cheese is out, Ethan. The cheese is out.
And 4 Pascovel fouls.
Oh. Wow. We might have an interesting 10.5 minutes. A little bit more interesting than it was.
Stellitano. Nicolidis gave it back to him quickly. This game is truly heating up.
No shot.
Sapina was given one to chase and he nearly, ever so nearly, dragged it down. Mazen Abdallah happy to restart things, and with haste. On. Caro. Vaz wanted it long. Michael Newen shoving on. Caro trying to work their way through. That's a glorious ball. On has got in ahead of Montfroy, who's made a magnificent save. In fact, it was Tyler Lewis who's made a terrific stop.
I wonder why Tyler Lewis is on. That's interesting. I mean, great goalkeeper, but Montfroy off with 10 minutes to go. That's risky.
Andre Caro to crash one. Sapina made the block. Nodded on for Michael Newen, who's clipped it only into Tyler Lewis, who read the situation. Sapina not away from Newen. Vaz. And Sapina's taken a tumble. On. Caro. Vaz. Couldn't find Chavanel once more. Elby and Chachi seeing the funny side of Sapina's little stumble.
Oh, he's done it! No way!
Stellitano got in ahead of Abdullah and nearly scored. This flick glanced the bar. Phoenix went direct and nearly caught Pascovel cold. Sapina. Away from Evangelista with ease.
I'll tell you what, Ethan, this looks like the best 4 Northern Phoenix can have on at the moment. The 4 best players on the court. For the team. Let's just calm that down, everyone.
Henderson cut out by Newen. Vaz is on his way. Lewis made a good save. Newen on the rebound. Tried a 1-2. Tyler Lewis. That's a terrific foot in. And Nicolidis has stepped Caro. As Sapina. Evangelista did wonderfully. And Caro cleared his lines. 2 huge moments.
I'll tell you what, maybe that substitution was worth it for that save. That double save, fantastic and very clutch. Very clutch save.
Henderson. Nicolidis. Stellitano. They'd run out of room. Can ill afford small moments. Small little giveaways that open the door. Mazen Abdallah. Speared it. Caro, that's a delightful ball down the line. And Henderson in on Vaz. Andre Caro showing some Joga Benito perhaps. Vaz, Caro, lovely return. Vaz, Lima, Lucas Vaz, around Stellitano, who then got a foot in at the crucial moment.
Last ditch defending at its finest, Ethan, against one of the game's finest strikers of the ball.
Vaz. Andre Caro blocked by Nicolidis. Sapina wants to go the other way. Caro was clean. What a save!
What the save?
What a brilliant save from Tyler Lewis to deny Pascoe Vale what would have been a pivotal goal. Unbelievable. Vaz. Evangelista left it. Caro. Vaz with loft. Too much loft for Lima. Nicolidis, Sapina. That's a lovely 1-2. And rather well disguised. Clipped off Vaz, however. Evangelista wasn't aware of Stellitano in retreat and then did terrifically to get out of a turquoise tangle. Vaz through the legs of Nicolidis. Stellitano in retreat. And Tyler Lewis prevents a corner.
We should have a nutmeg counter in this game. There's been that many of them.
Sapina, oh that's glorious. Onto Henderson. One more for Stellitano. Nicolidis out of play once again.
7.5 for Northern Phoenix to hold on. Or maybe get a surprising victory.
You just don't know which way this game will go. Lima. Behind Evangelista, cut out by Stellitano, who couldn't spear it for Sapina. Lima wants to go on a run. Nicolidis with a good challenge. And Stellitano gave him a helping hand. Henderson.
Whoa. Henderson plays risky, eh?
Phoenix wanted handball. Tried to slide it for Nicolidis, who got around Lima. The first time, but not the second. Abdallah, Lucas Vaz. Threaded it for Evangelista wonderfully, who's now on the charge. Henderson's challenge. Vaz. Andre Caro. Blocked by Nicolidis. Sapina again in the right place to mop up. Through to Stellitano. On the break. All of a sudden, Phoenix could smash a grab. And Sapina's flashed it wide when he had 2 on runners.
That would have been history. At least in my life. In my mind. What a goal that could have been. What a goal that could have been.
Lucas Vaz. Clipped it. Caro's on his own. He's around Tyler Lewis. Andre Caro on the slide was bundled over.
Someone says it's the same thing. Six and a half minutes, Ethan. This could be beautiful.
Strap yourselves in. 4 fouls, plays 3. It's 3 apiece. And Stellitano again is out on his own. Lewis found him with a lovely lob. And a sumps out, reinstated with immediate effect. Alison Lima. Andre Caro. Clipped it for a sumps out well. He's got Sapina to run at. Caro. Threaded. Henderson cut it out before it could reach Lima. Out to Abdallah.
Risky.
Who's had a go from range and he wasn't far away. It dipped devilishly from the Mad Cat, who nearly caught Tyler Lewis out.
Tell you what, if that goes in, someone's getting played on the media for a whole week, just like Jonathan Sapina. But it didn't.
Henderson clipped for Juan Garcia. Lima in retreat did well. A sump Sao. Retreating, taking the sting out. Evangelista wanted to turn and go at Garcia. Gave it to Caro. A sump Sao. He's got Shemezi this time to go at. Henderson 2. Sump Sao around 1. Stabbed it onto Caro. Switched it for Lima. That's a lovely ball. Lima just resetting. Evangelista. Caro. Oh, wanted to go earlier. Spina made the block. Tense, cagey moments. Both of these sides in desperate need of 3 points. Both searching and longing to go into a 2-week break with a win. Lima, Evangelista, drilling. Oh, good block made by Shemezi. Sapina stepped aside, and now it's hustled by 2. Evangelista with a good challenge.
When he turns his back like that, it's really impossible to get the ball off Jonathan Sapina. Fantastic to win the ball back for his side. Now, 5 minutes left, they might have a dangerous counter.
Sapina with height only as far as Lima. Caro on the volley on the swivel. Couldn't turn it in. But he did the right thing in staying forward.
Well, it was a dangerous counter. It was just a dangerous counter for Pascal.
Chemezi couldn't thread it to Henderson, who'd moved forward. Evangelista tussling with him. Pascal keep it. Lima just behind him. These are all the fine margins where millimetres mean everything. Pascal want to protect centrally. Sapina again, found by a spearing ball from Lewis, and a spun Caro and rolled it wide.
I'll tell you what, Ethan. If there's a winner in this, this could be the best game I have ever seen in my life.
Lima, Assumpção. Evangelista dropped off to give a helping hand. Lima was all on his own momentarily. Evangelista wanted to go at Henderson. He's got Caro as a recycling option. There is Andre Caro. Lima. Caro. For Assumpção, who made it work. And driving at Sapina. Assumpção shifted well. Evangelista left it. Caro crashed it. And again, Juan Garcia and Henderson sort out the block. Evangelista, Lima. Quick one to Evangelista into the side netting. Tyler Lewis unbothered. Rolled it on for Chemezi, who wants to go at Lima. Down the line for Garcia. Couldn't quite squeeze it back to him. Lima had to loft it away.
I'll tell you what, Ethan. If you're Northern Phoenix right now, you see Paco has 4 fouls. Put yourselves in a position where you're going to give away a foul. Or they're going to give away a foul. You know what I mean? Build it up. Try and win the game that way too. It's a multi-dimensional game.
Sapina. Kevin Lamb away from his lunge. Sapina. Not around Assumpção. Evangelista also coming to provide pressure. Some way, somehow, he's still battling. Nearly, ever so nearly broke for Chemezi. Phoenix have a corner.
Ooh. This is going to get heated.
Suleiman Mohammed wants timeout. And they'll take it. Right at this instant, 3.5 to go. And it is 3-3. Who wants to go and win it? We'll find out after the timeout. We return from timeout. Perhaps one of the most important timeouts either of these sides will take this season. Certainly in the first half. 3-3. Who wants to go and win it? In the time that we have left, which is ticking down at a canter when this gets back underway. We are oh so near the end. 3-3 in a thriller. 3.5 to find a winner. Sapinia's corner. Stelitano, blocked by Kevin Lamb. It's all about who can go the distance. Sapinia's side ball. Stelitano. Back for Sapinia. Assumpção in on him. Sapinia shifting, twisting. Nguyen with a good challenge. Couldn't steer it back in.
It's all about those magic moments, Ethan. One moment will decide this game.
Stelitano. Henderson. Back for Stelitano, who's giving it away. Vaz had Assumpção on his own and then threaded it to him. Assumpção, Vaz looking to twist and spin. Back for Lamb, Nguyen. Assumpção. Face to face with Henderson. Assumpção shifting and then was bundled over. And somehow that's lost it. And Sapinia's now on the break. Henderson one way, Garcia the other. Henderson lost out to Abdallah. Assumpção's got Vaz, who is all on his own. It's Lucas Vaz, who was bundled into. Lewis came and picked it up. Lamb from Nguyen. Garcia poked it through. Sapinia didn't go over the top. Still tried to roll it. Squared it for Garcia. What a block, Kevin Lamb.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of talk in this game over those moments just there. Oh my goodness, it was so close yet so far.
Said this game's been bubbling, it's boiled over. Sapinia, Garcia. Again, Kevin Lamb to make the block. 3 huge blocks from him so far. And Pasco Vale, I believe, would like timeout now. Henderson. Again, Lucas Vaz in the way.
Do you think they'll go 5th man? Risk it all, gamble. 2 dice.
A fly keeper kit has not been brandished anywhere, and it'll be timeout for Pasco Vale. The scoreline is unmoved. Everybody in Darabin is unmoved. Edge of your seat stuff. It's still 3-3.
We're the champ.
And so we go to the end. No more timeouts, no more tactical tweaks. This is how we are, and this is how we will be until the whistle brings an end to it all. Inseparable so far this evening.
Oh, they're doing it. Oh, they're doing it. No, they're not doing it.
Kevin Lamb's got the fly.
Oh, they were doing it, and now they're not doing it. Okay. Well, okay.
Abdallah on for a Assumpção. Wanted to go down the line for Caro. Sapina stole him. Pasco Vale have kept it. Nicolidis takes a spell. Brown comes on, as does Juan Garcia. And Pasco Vale are going 5th man. A real roll of the dice for the Lions. Joshua Fusco may have called it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nguyen. Evangelista. Caro. Lamb. Around. Fizzed. Michael Nguyen. Drop back for Caro. Evangelista. Caro once more. Nguyen. Trying to move Phoenix out of their shape. Speared it for Lamb, and Lewis made a good save. Pasco Vale corner. Taken quickly. Nguyen. Evangelista. Caro. Evangelista once more. Pascoe looking. Assumpsal's on his own if they can find him. Lamb, Caro. Evangelista. Caro. There's the read from Henderson. Terrific.
And Ethan, I just want to make a correction quickly. There is a minute 37 left on the clock. This clock has stopped. This clock is inaccurate.
Caro. Lamb. Back with Andre Caro once more. Evangelista. Caro. Lamb. There's the opening. Andre Caro. Kevin Lamb.
Oh,
Tyler Lewis
it could be.
has an open net. Newer made the block. It might break for him. They couldn't get the shot away. What a moment of controversy. They thought Newen encroached as well. Caro, Newen. What on earth is going on here? Evangelista, Caro, final minute. Can we find a winner? Caro, who's really dictating.
Oh, it could
Newen
be.
with a loose one. And then the slide on Henderson.
There it is.
Foul number 5.
Oh, he's gone!
And a red.
He's gone!
And a red. Much to Michael Newen's disbelief. The protest is he won the ball. Outrageous. Pascoe Vale will finish with 4. Michael Newen's evening ends with a red card. His protest is that he played the ball. From the reactions on the bench. Imagine I've done it. And you can. Oh my. Oh my. Now. Now, Romario Barjo is not the most popular man with the Pascoe Vale players at the moment. And in fact, this is getting rather ugly. Tyler Lewis, the mediator. Words seem to escape you in moments like this. Gio Stellatado's come to say hello. It's good to see you can see the funny side of it. Alison Lima is still involved. Now, Romario Barjo must have said something to Michael Newen to warrant a reaction like that.
Defending is fucked, but I can't defend. Bro, every game I play 7-4, 8-5.
Romario Barjo booked. And we're just going to watch this all unfold at the moment and try and unpack the carnage when all is said and done. This is quite something. So something must have been said that Michael Newen did not agree with. I overheard murmurs and overheard whisperings. I'm not going to speculate. Certainly not at a time like this.
Maybe it's
Alison Lima comes for a sit down. Pascoe Vale will finish with 4, but there is something much more serious, it seems, swirling in the air in Darebin. Game that's been a tense one all evening. It's been a thrilling game. And meets a rather ugly and uncomfy end. Aidan Chachi in the book. Albion Chachi too. A seedy and most unpleasant end to what's been a brilliant game and a brilliant evening. One which we still have to conclude. Albion Chachi is also taking a jog. He may have been sent off in all of that carnage too. Pascoe Vale to finish with 4 then. Henderson. Can Phoenix go and snare a scalp, albeit under some controversy? Nicolidis tried to roll it. Assumpsao away. Nicolidis dangled a leg. Stellitano was collateral damage. And it will be a free kick for Pascoe Vale, but Gio Stellitano was collected inadvertently at the end of that. Seems to be okay. Assumpsao around Juan Garcia. Pascoe Vale want to go and win it, you know. Assumpsao around Henderson, not beyond Stellitano. Abdullah went long. Lewis went with a punch and had to get contact on it. Assumpsao saw, Nicolidis saw him over the line. Those two have also been flickering all night. Caro, Lamb. Cut his way back. Kevin Lamb went to roll it. Had to win it back off Stellitano. Squeezed it out to Caro. Nicolidis. Abdullah took no risks and no prisoners. 1 second, and in fact, Mazen Abdullah might have just rescued a point. Henderson! That'll be that. That will be that. Where on earth do either go from here? A brilliant game. It had it all. Brilliance, drama, dark arts, a bit of feist, a bit of fire, and a boil over at the end. What a ridiculous match of futsal. The showpiece, the perfect curtain faller for a Friday night. And it ends in Darebin. Pascoe Vale 3, Northern Phoenix 3.
Punters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, you know, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, but yeah, no, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it.